Edition.com. I mean, that is just one thing that I guess we'll continue watching over the next week or so is what names end up in there. And if there is a quality quarterback, how interested is Alabama and Auburn in that quarterback? Because I think both of them with quality quarterbacks will be very interested.
So before the quarterback hits or before a big name hits the portal, do you think they already have verbal deal in hand?
Yes.
Yeah, I do too.
I don't think you hit the portal without having some sort of knowledge of where you're going.
No.
And, I mean, that's the dirty part of it. But I really don't have a problem with it if I'm the player reaching out. Now, I'm not naive enough to think that's the way it always happens, Lance.
Yeah, but if I'm looking for a spot, and we'll just go with Tyler Van Dyke. If I make a call to Alabama, I'm very interested in transferring to your program. Here's what I need. I mean, in today's, the way this works, I don't think that's nearly as bad as the way it probably works, right?
Yeah, I mean, but I think, if I'm, let's say I'm Tyler Buchner today. And if I'm Tyler Buchner, by the way, I called Tommy Rees just to see. I would have called Tommy Rees. Now,
I mean, if you were going to be a backup at Notre Dame, why not be a backup at Alabama? You got a shot to win a national championship.
Yeah, if I'm going to be a backup at either place, and I know Tommy Rees, I'll go be a backup in Tuscaloosa. I don't think that's what he's going to do. But I would say this: that if I'm Tyler Buchner, I'm going to reach out to as many people as I can, and I'm going to see, who's got interest in me before I jump in the portal. Yeah. Now, where it feels like it is a little bit, obviously it's against the rules and it's a little bit slimy, is if I'm a coach and I'm calling guys and I'm like, hey, you'd fit in nice in my offense. Why don't you jump at that transfer portal? I mean, that's illegal, right?
Yeah, well, that's happening.
Oh, there's no doubt it's happening. We close with, I mentioned to you earlier, the draft totals from some of these teams. I was looking at this on 3. The last 5 years, do you think you could name the top 5? This is players from these teams that have been drafted the last 5 years. Like 1, 2, and 3 are layups. I think number 4 is pretty easy. So these college teams, the total players drafted over the last 5 years from these teams.
Okay,
I wonder if you can get number 5. I know you can get 1, 2, and 3. It's
Alabama,
easy.
Georgia, and Ohio State.
Yeah, that's easy. Okay. Alabama's had 48. Georgia's had 44. Ohio State's had 42.
I'm going to say LSU's in
LSU
here.
is number 4. That's 41. I don't think you can get number 5, and it surprised me a little bit. Historically, I'll say it this way. Historically, it's not surprising. Last 5 years surprises me a little bit. But historically, it doesn't. So Alabama's number 1. This is team draft totals last 5 years from On3 Sports. Alabama number 1 at 48. Georgia number 2 at 44 players. Ohio State number 3 at 42 players. LSU number 4 at 41 players. Number 5 is?
Iowa.
Penn State. Does that not surprise you a little bit? Scott's got the graphic right there. 31 out of Penn State. 31 players. You see the rest of the top 10. Michigan at 30. Both Oklahoma and Florida have had 28. Notre Dame's had 27. Washington and Clemson at 23. And Auburn and Wisconsin at 21. They're in the top 10, Auburn is. I'll tell you what, if you want to talk about anybody that's probably overachieved a little bit of those numbers, it's Clemson and Dabo. I mean, they were consistent.
Well, and Wisconsin.
Yeah. I mean, Dabo, 9th in players drafted, but consistently, they're right there in the college football playoff discussion. Thought that number was interesting there.
Yeah.
Penn State surprised me a little bit, though. They just played in a Rose Bowl. They have been a Big Ten contender. I didn't think they had done quite that well in the draft, though. All right, coming up tomorrow, by the way, we are going to talk some of the draft odds with Todd Fuhrman. We'll get the latest going into the NFL draft, and then don't forget Twin Peaks and Hoover during the draft on Thursday. Until then, we'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock on the next round. Have a great afternoon.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Welcome in, another day of the next round. Along with Lance Taylor, I'm Ryan Brown. Dunaway continues his vacation, though I have heard a tease in the break, Rockstar, that we have some sort of photo or video that involves Dunaway on vacation from Lance.
Possibly, yeah.
Possibly.
His communication man, Lance.
I know.
The only one he's been talking to.
Lance
I know you guys are jealous.
And it's every night.
His hype man, LT, has got more from Dunaway. Actually, he did text me yesterday. Photo from somewhere they were. Did
Lance change his number, something like that?
Dunaway did text me because Dunaway and I may send this to Scott too because it was a good-looking burger. Dunaway and I used to joke, I guess, I don't know, about back in the Dunaway and Brown days, back before we joined up with you guys, of opening our own steakhouse called D&B's. Now, that's probably was going to be a bad idea.
Yeah, it would be out of business by now.
Yeah, you think so? Why? Just
unless you're back there in the kitchen, unless you're the one,
I'm the
grill master.
I'm the one slinging hash.
Yeah. Restaurants are tough. I don't know if you realize that. I don't know, up and down the 280 corridor, I would say that 90% of restaurants have gone out of business.
As I said, I think it was more of a joke than anything. I mean, I don't really – anybody I know, one of the moments in show history that has stuck with me, and I don't know, this is the most random thing, like so many random things that get said over the history of our show have stuck with me. But one of them, we had a story of an Iowa coach that was an assistant coach for Iowa football, worked for Kirk Ferentz, who was leaving to open a Culver's. If you remember that, I don't know if you remember this story.
I don't remember the story.
This is before we had Culver's even in Birmingham because you guys didn't know what a Culver's was, and I had eaten at one. And I remember his quote in the story was, "I just got to get away from football and spend more time with my family." And I remember you were like, "Oh yeah, the restaurant business is where you go to do that." Like, I remember Lance saying, "Everybody I know that's in the restaurant business basically works sun up to sundown."
Yeah, and I had told somebody the other day, I was like, "You need to get out of the business because you're going to be 40 before you know it, and it just is something that happens." I think it's great for everybody to be in the service industry. And it's a great career if you want to make it that. But, boy, you are going to spend a lot of hours in there.
Yeah, I mean, anybody I know that is – I'm like Lance. Anybody I know that's in the restaurant business is there all the time.
All the time.
All the time.
Yeah, and especially if you own it.
Yeah. Like my friend Jeff Webster, Jeff and Misty Webster, there are a couple that have owned several restaurants in the Shelby County area. Great people. And, like, I've been around him, and he pulls his phone up, and he's got, like, all the video feeds in every one of his restaurants. The kitchen, the front of house, all that.
Well,
and I'm like, man, you never are able to get away from it.
Travis and Sarah Grappa.
Oh, gosh, yes.
I mean,
Oak House, yeah.
Oak House, they're there all of the time.
They are. My daughter worked for them.
Yeah, and they live basically across the street, which doesn't help.
No, it does not. So yeah, the old restaurant business. But Dunaway and I were going to open a steakhouse. So
I don't even know where that started. Oh, Dunaway's photo.
Yeah, Dunaway's photo.
So he sent me a picture of a dessert that he said was the best dessert. That was 2 nights ago. Yeah. Did he send that to you?
No, he did not.
This is so crazy.
He sent me a photo of a burger.
I'll send that to Forrester, too.
Weird. Hang on. Scott, I'm going to send you the burger as well. We're just loading Scott up with all this stuff. Could we do this pre-show, Scott? No, let's do it when the show starts. Let's send Scott all this stuff. I didn't really know we were going to get into it today. But Dunaway is still on vacation. Rockstar is back there. Scott and Lunsford and Taylor Corn handling the social media. Please follow us everywhere you are on social media, at Next Round Live. At Next Round Live is where you follow us. And those of you consuming us on YouTube, we always appreciate that. We ask you to do a couple things. Make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel. And while you're watching this thing, hit that old thumbs up for us. It's very helpful to us if you'll hit that thumbs up. So as you jump on YouTube today, hit that thumbs up. Also, set your alerts to know when we're live because we've got a couple of specialty shows coming up. Lance and I from Twin Peaks, I think Lil T's going to be out there as well. Twin Peaks for a pre-draft show coming up Thursday. The NFL draft is Thursday. More on that coming up in the show. We'll be at Twin Peaks in Hoover with Bud Light coming up Thursday, 5 to 7. We'll be live 5 to 6. And then we're at Barber Motorsports Park live at 3 on Friday. Rockstar, will you be available for that one?
Yeah, I think I should be available.
Yeah, because
We need to.
We're going to be away from the track.
Yeah.
We're going to be where we were last year. Yeah, so I don't think you're
Now,
going to get
remember
that.
last year we had a lighting problem because of the sun.
We had a lighting problem because of a sun, and then the entire track lost internet service, the entire track.
Yeah, I do remember
So
that.
we did like a 20-minute show last year.
Yeah.
Like they had to stop the qualifying because of the entire track. Now, I don't know that we were responsible for that.
I don't think we were.
But I also don't know that we were not responsible for that.
Welcome us back, guys. We're coming
Yes,
back.
But we're going back this year. They had us back, so we'll see how that turns out. So a lot to get to on the show today. Roman Harper is coming up. We always love talking with Harper. We're actually going to talk a little draft with Harp for some of the SEC players, maybe get some spring game thoughts from him. I don't know how much of the spring games Harp has watched, but we'll discuss that with him. Also, Todd Fuhrman is with us at noon, and these draft odds, every morning I wake up, Lance, and one of the first things I see on Twitter is that overnight Will Levis's odds have dropped to be the number one pick. Like they've gotten better and better and better for him to be the overall number one pick.
So I was listening to Jeremy Fowler, who's pretty wired in with ESPN, with the NFL, and they were asking him about it this morning, and he said people around the NFL will be absolutely shocked if Levis goes number one, including people in Levis's own camp.
Whoa, we went number one.
Now, look, I mean, Trayvon Walker went number one last year. Nobody expected that. I think this is a little different because I think what you've got, and I heard Dan Mullen also talking about Will Levis this morning, and he was talking about there's really not a basement when it comes to Bryce Young.
What does he mean by that? We haven't seen the
he's
basement?
already starting so high. It would be hard to imagine Bryce Young, outside of an injury, really bottoming out.
Yeah, and really, I mean, he's been very healthy in his 2 years at Alabama. He missed one game due to injury. And potentially could have played in that game. I mean, the reports are he was back in the tunnel warming up as the game was getting in danger. So he missed a half of a game against Arkansas and a full game against Texas A&M. And to the best of my memory, that is it.
He was talking, though, Will Levis, this ceiling, and he said he's got the physical tools. And basically, the guy that was talking with him, the co-host, was really throwing it out there because he was like, I just don't understand this Will Levis this hype.
Welcome
but you
to the
coached
club.
against him, so let us know. And he just talked about, people are talking about this potential. But to me, Carolina, their day one starter is going to be whoever they select. I cannot imagine week one Will Levis being NFL ready. I'm not saying Bryce Young is going to be looking like a Pro Bowl guy week one, but he is much more NFL ready than Will Levis is.
I would tend to agree with you on that. And the whole Bryce Young, you hear there is some injury talk with him. He's small and you're concerned with injury. I wonder how much of that is two things, Lance, that he's small and he plays at Alabama, so he gets compared to Tua. Because when Miami drafted Tua, there were known injury concerns. Tua had stayed hurt at Alabama. There were known injury concerns. There are no known injury concerns with Bryce Young other than the fact that once he hurt that shoulder against Arkansas, it came out that had been something that had plagued him, that it had happened to him before, and I'm sure Alabama was well aware of it, and their team doctors were, but publicly that had not really come out. So, I mean, that's really the only concern, but that cost him one game, and then Bryce Young was fine after that. I mean, he played Tennessee. He looked like the best quarterbacks ever to play at Alabama against Tennessee.
I would think if Bryce Young was 6'2", he would be viewed as one of the best prospects ever coming out.
I would agree completely with you. And
I
it
think
would be an automatic, no doubt about it, Carolina drafts him number one.
I think it's all about the height, and I think when NFL execs meet with this kid, he's very impressive, but when we first met him face-to-face in Atlanta last year, I was shocked at how small he was.
Yeah, I was too.
Yeah,
I mean, I was prepared that he was small, but I did not know he was that small.
And again, I can't imagine an Aaron Donald completely unblocked going through a gap and putting all of his weight, picking up a Bryce Young and taking him to the turf. I mean, it would seem like he would disintegrate. And I think that's probably the fear of some of these NFL execs. With that said, Will Levis, they talk about how charismatic he's been in these meetings. Look, he's got the build of a prototypical NFL quarterback. I haven't seen it. People talk about his release point, too, has been one of the negatives. And when they start talking about the release point to the side, and then Bryce Young being 5'10", really the release point for Levis at 6'2", 6'3", is the same as Bryce Young at 5'10".
That's right. Yeah, and I always say this about Bryce Young. You can talk about his size all you want. Size is an issue for him. How many passes did he get batted down at Alabama?
Don't remember a lot.
Not a lot. And this is a guy that he's been undersized his entire career, so he's learned how to find the open windows. He's learned how to find the passing lanes. He knows where he can't throw the ball because he's slight of build. But to your point, release point matters.
Yeah, well, Daniel's right over there in the Coke Zero chat room. It's also the weight, and quarterbacks under 210 rarely make it because people talk about the size of Russell Wilson. Russell
thick.
Wilson, is built like a running back.
Kyler is too. I mean, Kyler Murray's thicker than you would imagine.
Yeah, and I think Kyler is – I want to say Kyler's a little shorter than Bryce, but Kyler is a little thicker than Bryce.
Yes, I would agree with you.
And Kyler never takes those direct
I think they're
hits.
the same height. I thought they came in 5'10" and 1/8, if I'm not mistaken. That's what they both were.
Okay, that might be right.
But Kyler is thicker than Bryce Young. And that's the thing about Tua. Tua's not the tallest guy either, Lance. I think Tua's 6'1". Tua's surprisingly thick.
Yeah.
I mean, it hasn't helped him avoid injury, but he is thicker than you would imagine. In fact, so thick sometimes people question,
is he fat?
Is he fat,
Yeah.
right? Is he too thick? Got a little baby fat on him, and he's slimmed down a little bit in the NFL, but he's still a thick guy.
Well, with all this said, I still am going to be shocked if Bryce Young does not go number 1 to Carolina. Then it gets interesting at number 2 because now they're talking about the Texans. They're either going to trade back or they're going to go defense now. And they're talking about Will Anderson would be logical, but Jalen Carter is now in the mix at number 2. Tyree Wilson, who we talked about from Texas Tech. They are now saying some people believe he's the best outside linebacker over Will Anderson because they like how freakish this guy is.
Wow.
Now, I would go to the tape.
Yeah.
And I would just look at the consistency of Will Anderson over the last 3 years compared to Tyree Wilson, who went from an unknown 2 years ago to having a really good season last year.
Well, that is it's going to be fascinating to watch. We'll talk a lot more about it. In fact, tomorrow on the show, one of our favorites, John McClain, who's covered the NFL for more than 40 years out of Houston, will be on the show tomorrow to discuss where the Texans are going to go. Coming up today, as I mentioned, in the next segment, Roman Harper is going to join us, and then at his normal time, Todd Fuhrman will be with us. I've got to start the show with a mea culpa of sorts. I got to backtrack on something. Lance is going to tell everybody what he and Rockstar are doing tonight, and then I'm going to do something that we have to do frequently on this show. Lance, where are you guys today?
This is fascinating what you're about to go with.
Lance knows what I'm about to do.
Rock starts Wednesday night. That means?
Let me see over here. Where is it?
try
There
to
it is.
Figure it out.
That is Odie's. Is the OG team back tonight?
Yeah, it is. The
Oh,
OG
wow.
team.
You're
Will
without
Haver's
me.
going to be there tonight. Brown's taking the night off. He's got something to do. Who knows? But me, you, Will Haver, we're going to be there. Looking forward to it. So much fun last week. Such a great crowd. Enjoy this spring weather. This rain's going to clear up. I think it was just an hour in the forecast.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be nice.
It's going to feel great tonight. You can sit out on that patio, enjoy some of the great food from Rodney Davis, the award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, that Diablo sandwich, ice-cold beer buckets, full of the Bud Light. But Odie's Team Trivia, if you've never been before, trust us on the hype. It's a ton of fun. If you've been, you know exactly what we're talking about. We'll get started a little after 8 o'clock. It's the Birmingham Institution. Join us tonight. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
All right, so what Rockstar, the audio he is about to play, has become part of the vernacular of the show. This has become part of the fabric of the show. When we mess something up or when we've got to say, we got to backtrack a little bit, this is how we say it, Rockstar.
Bag up, Terry. Put it in reverse, Terry. Put it in reverse. Oh, Lord, Jesus. Oh, Lord. Oh, Jesus. What you doing, Terry?
Terry got lit up.
Terry got
by the way.
lit up. I got to put it in reverse, Terry. I got to put it in reverse. During the show yesterday, the story broke from Pete Thamel that Tyler Buchner, the Notre Dame quarterback, who won the starting job last year when Tommy Rees was offensive coordinator at Notre Dame, has entered the transfer portal. Sam Hartman has transferred from Wake to Notre Dame. As Lance told you, he's not alone in this, but Lance would have Sam Hartman in his top 5 quarterbacks in the country. A lot of people would, yeah. A lot of people would. So he's going to obviously be the starter at Notre Dame. So Tyler Buchner, understandably, has hit the portal. And I said on this show yesterday, everybody is going to rush to say, oh, Tommy Rees, this was his starter last year in South Bend. He'll be in Tuscaloosa before the sun sets. Alabama's found their starting quarterback. And I said, look, if Alabama maybe was a little thin on quarterback depth, Tommy Reese might bring Tyler Buchner in, but Bama's got 4 quarterbacks in that quarterback room. There's no depth issues there. And Tyler Buchner is not better than Jalen Milroe or Ty Simpson. Tyler Buckner's not coming to Tuscaloosa. Maybe he comes to Tuscaloosa, but he's not coming to start. Milroe or Simpson starts in front of Tyler Buchner. After the show yesterday, my phone started blowing up. People I trust from Tuscaloosa, they're like, you might want to put it in reverse, Terry. Not so fast. Tyler Buchner's going to be in Tuscaloosa this weekend. And Tyler Buchner is a guy that Tommy Reese really, really likes. And I even had people go as far as to say, Lance, Tyler Buchner might be the starter in Tuscaloosa next year. So I apologize, Alabama fans. I could not have been more wrong when I said that yesterday, apparently. There is a chance Tyler Buchner's on your roster, and there is a chance Tyler Buchner's the starter when you guys kick it off in September. So my bad. I apologize. I got it so wrong. I got to put it in reverse, Terry.
Hey, tell me if you can pull that Bama Vegas total on wins for me.
You'll have to give me a moment.
I will tell you this.
It was 10.5.
So Buchner, it was the landing spots were Alabama because of the relationship with Tommy Reese, TCU, and Stanford. Well, TCU, Chance Nolan from Oregon State, who went into the portal, signed with TCU yesterday. And TCU's already got Chandler Morris there. He ain't going to TCU. Stanford is a possibility. The other possibility is Alabama. Now, this is a kid that was ranked 41st in the ESPN 300 coming out in 2021, was one of Brian Kelly's biggest quarterback prospects since he had been at Notre Dame.
Right.
He only played 3 games last year because of the injuries. He was the starting quarterback going into 2022, but he was injured that 3rd game against Marshall, and then he came back and played in the bowl game. So he's got 3 years of eligibility left. But watching him play last year, 3 picks in 1 game. How will that go with Nick Saban?
Well, 3 picks in 1 game, you may not start another one.
Yeah, he might not play another game.
Yeah.
Tyler Buchner might have a ton of potential, and I would think this is one of those things that Nick Saban did recruit him out of high school, though. So he is familiar with Buchner. But I think he's leaning on Tommy Reese for his advice on this and his expertise. And I would assume, though, if Buchner does come to Tuscaloosa, he's been told he is the front runner for the job. Now, if I'm an Alabama fan, I'm not excited. I've been wrong on a lot of things before. Buchner might end up being the best quarterback in the SEC this year.
Maybe so. I
might
don't
win
know.
a Heisman Trophy. Well, I might win a national championship. But I would feel better about playing the under 10.5 right now if you told me Tyler Buchner starts 12 games.
All right, yeah. Okay, and I understand what you're saying there, but you still do have to find 2 losses you are comfortable with.
Well, and let me back it up, Terry.
All right, put it in reverse, Terry.
I will go back to quarterbacks like JP, our good friend. John Parker Wilson went undefeated in the regular season. Greg McElroy, buddy of ours, undefeated national championship quarterback. This is a situation where I think Alabama's skill is going to be better than it was last year. You're not going to have a Jahmyr Gibbs, but you're going to have a collection of running backs, and this Justice Haynes kid, might be next level for all we know.
The way Nick Saban talks about him, he is.
When you start to look at the potential of the receivers with Kendrick Law and Malik Benson and some of these guys, maybe it's a situation where Buchner can come in and be what we would call an old-school game manager. Just don't make those mistakes. Don't force anything. Play comfortable football because he does have some experience. And, maybe it's just you don't have an elite quarterback for the first time in a long time at Alabama, but you've got a solid quarterback that Tommy Reese has confidence in with weapons around him and a better offensive line than you've had in the last couple of years.
Just some reaction from the Coke Zero chat room, okay? And I'm going to dig back here. All right, here we go. Watch the tape from Ohio State. This is Brody. Ohio State and South Carolina and Buchner. Let me stop right there. I love our audience. I went back last night and I watched some tape, man. I had to break this crap down. 2 picks were off deflections and drops not on him. He is mobile and a better passer than Milroe, more experienced than Simpson. It would not surprise me that he's a better passer than Milroe. There's zero doubt he's got more experience than Simpson. So, one of those is absolutely true. The other one is subjective, but it wouldn't surprise me if it's true. J. Mose, still find it hard to believe Bama is interested in him. Brody, I am all in on him. Rusty, ain't no way this guy ends up starting. Haley, woof. Ruffum, if he's the starter, we are in trouble. All caps on trouble.
Yeah, look, I would agree. I think Alabama fans ultimately will sell themselves on Buchner.
Yeah.
because, reports will come out of fall practice if he is the guy. And again, we're doing pure speculation here. But when he did enter the portal yesterday, I'm not surprised at all. Marcus Freeman told him in the offseason that he had every opportunity to be the starting quarterback. I don't know how he ever would have believed that with Sam Hartman there. But to me, if Buckner is your starting quarterback, I don't know. I don't know. Again, this could be more J.P. Wilson, Greg McElroy. It ain't going to be Tua, Mac Jones, and what you saw with Bryce Young.
J. Mose, how do we fall so far so fast? Bobby, this reminds me of when Brown claimed Bama has all the facts, and that's why they haven't suspended Brandon Miller. And then preliminary trial happened, and all kinds of new stuff came out.
Yeah, I mean, Brett over there.
Bobby never gets anything wrong, by the way. Go ahead.
Brett from New Mexico, Coke Zero chat room. I don't want a Notre Dame reject as my starter. Old school Alabama fans are going to hate this. I mean, this guy can't start at Notre Dame, and then he's going to transfer to Alabama, which is – Alabama's the A+. They're right there with Georgia as the alphas of college football. Notre Dame is in that next tier. You can't start in that next tier, but you could start at the A+ tier.
Bobby says, though, he goes on to say apparently Buckner is also going to visit Auburn. I think Auburn is taking not all visitors, but all legitimate visitors. Goose says, I just remember him. I remember being hyped on Notre Dame because they kind of hung around with Ohio State. Did they lead that game at halftime? It was a tight game at the half.
Yeah.
And they hung around for a lot of that game.
Yeah, I mean, it was a Marcus Freeman did a great job defensively on what Ohio State had planned to do. So it was more of it wasn't Notre Dame's offense at all. It was Notre Dame's defense.
Oh, yeah. It was a low-scoring game, like 21-10, I think was the final, if I remember. But he said then the next two games they looked like trash. I mean, they got beat by Marshall very quickly. Rusty says, is this a similar to a Jake Coker situation? Ruffle, boy, I would take Jake Coker in a heartbeat in this situation. Brody says Buckner looks like a slightly smaller Coker on tape. So apparently we're going Jake Coker here.
But Buckner is a guy that's got a skill set of running the football. I mean, if you go back to his freshman year, he was an elusive guy that can extend some plays. So, to me, going back to what Bobby said, if he is planning on visiting Auburn, I think it's a better option for Auburn. Makes more sense. I think Buckner could end up being the best quarterback in that room. Probably would be the best quarterback in that quarterback room. Just don't know. It just seems like, I don't want to call it a weird fit because Tommy Rees obviously has a rapport and a relationship with this kid. But Tyler Buckner, watching him last year and imagining going from Bryce Young, the greatest quarterback in Alabama history talent-wise, to Tyler Buckner, seems like a major drop-off.
So my apologies. I backed it up, put it in reverse, Terry. I apologize on that one. We'll talk more about it.
Can we do seesaw? Seesaw that Tyler Buckner is at Alabama.
Let me think on that one.
Okay.
Let's talk to Harp first. Let me think on that one and maybe send a few texts. Lance, tell about Redmont before we get to our man Roman Harper.
Redmont Vodka, just a great spirit. Of course, it's locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka. And remember, Redmont Vodka, their aim is clarity in taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled, available at your local package store and ABC stores. Available in 22 states. Now ask for it by name. It is Redmont Vodka.
All right, Roman Harper, SEC Network, Alabama great. We'll talk some NFL draft, some college football with Harp next.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Let me introduce you to the new line of Red Wing athletic work shoes. This great new line is perfect for the industrial athlete, the guy who is working on concrete or running through the warehouse all day long. Red Wing Athletics use the same technology found in a running shoe, with soft mesh uppers, a lightweight aluminum toe for protection, and non-slip soles. This shoe is a winner. This comfortable new line of safety shoes are perfect for warehousing and light manufacturing. Plus, the colors look great. Stop by your local Red Wing shoe store, have your feet measured, and test drive a new pair of Red Wing athletic work shoes.
Saturday, April 29th is Legends Day.
Professional football right here in Birmingham.
With your Birmingham Stallions take on the New Orleans Breakers. Get your tickets today and bring the whole family to Protective Stadium and get autographs from Alabama sports legends.
You feel the energy.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10.
Stallions all the way to the house.
Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
We continue on the next round. Hey, don't forget, coming up very soon, it is one of those things that you kind of know when this rolls around, we are officially in spring. In Birmingham and the Deep South, this is the Regions Tradition in Birmingham at Greystone Golf and Country Club. It is coming up May 10 through 14. There at Greystone. The Celebrity Pro-Am is Wednesday, May 10th. Tickets are $25 for a good any one day. Kids 18 and under get in free with a ticketed adult. You can see greats like Kirby Smart, Hugh Freeze, Riley Green, Charles Barkley, Condoleezza Rice, Steve Stricker, Ernie Els, Bernard Langer, and much more. Regionstradition.com, regionstradition.com.
Are you playing?
For all the information. I am not playing. You know, it's just during the show. The Pro-Am's during the show. When we were mornings, I played a couple of years, but I just don't like to miss the show for it. You guys, I mean, could you serve, Rockstar, really?
You got to carry us, man.
I mean, really, you think if I'm not on the show out there, it's going to be tough. Yeah.
I don't really enjoy playing. We were talking about this the other day. I haven't played since, was it 5 or 6 years ago, possibly?
Probably, yeah. I'll tell you, the last time I played, if you'll remember, was May of 2021. And, I mean, if I'm being honest with you, we were pretty deep in our thinking on this situation, and my mind was a million different places. I didn't play that bad. I'm not trying to make an excuse. I'm just saying that's kind of the timeline of the last time I played.
Well, the last time I played when they had the 2 Pro-Ams, I was one of those I don't want to call it a celebrity. I was because I was in market, I was throwing a bone.
A seat filler.
The seat filler, that's it. I played with Stan White one time. I played with Wimp one time. But I had so much fun. I mean, those Pro-Ams, because they're so relaxed.
Did you play with the dude from Widespread Panic?
Yeah, John Bell. Yeah.
There you go.
And I played with the guy from REM, Mike Mills.
Mike Mills.
Yeah, really nice guy.
Yeah, but I had a really good time, especially the first year, because for whatever reason I had gone out. I was so nervous, and I remember Dunaway was on the first tee. He was the guy announcing everybody.
He's first tee announcer.
And that was one of my few really bad shots of the day. The first time I played the Pro-Am, the second time was much more shakier. But the first time I was so scared, I went out for like 3 straight weeks and hit balls off the range. You know, golf is all about reputation.
It is about repetition and confidence. Those are the two things. Rockstar Roman Harper just texted me. Does not see the link. You may have to send him another link. Double check that if you don't mind. So yeah, that is coming up. We will not be able to play this year, obviously, because we're on the show, but we'll have some fun. I did have a dream, just a random dream that we had an interview with Kirby Smart, and he got very upset at something we said to him or asked him. And I just remember this dream when I said Kirby Smart was going to be there, to the point that he basically said, "Hey, I'm done with this," threw the headphones down and stormed off.
Ooh.
Which we've always had a great relationship with Kirby.
Foreshadowing, possibly?
Well, I don't know. What can we at this point? What could we possibly say to Kirby that would upset him?
I think Kirby still likes us a little bit, but Kirby, when you start winning not just one national championship, which I said it would change a little bit when he won his first, but now he's won back-to-back, and he's favored to win 3 consecutive for the first time since the 30s, when I can't believe it, the Minnesota Golden Gophers did it.
I know. It's hard to believe how far they've fallen.
But I think Kirby's probably changed a little bit.
Yeah, he still swung by and hung out with us at SEC Media Days last year and had some fun with us.
Yeah.
I mean, he hasn't changed that much.
Remember, I told him just 5 minutes.
I know, but what did we do, 10?
Yeah.
Maybe that's
I
right.
think that back half 5 did not, he didn't appreciate that.
Kirby's fine. Well, he still won a national championship. Like, what did that 5 minutes cost you, Kirby?
Nothing.
I mean, I got to get back and
we
recruit.
might have pulled a recruit for him.
Yeah, you never know.
Hey, so back to the seesaw, and I won't go Tyler Buckner yet because you haven't, sent out your text. But I would ask you, Kirby Smart on the show, regions.
I don't know. The time is an issue. Like, he's on the course while we're on the show. I do remember last year. Now that you bring that up, this was before SEC Media Days, but he brought it back up at Media Days. We were doing the show behind the 10th tee, and he thought we were a little too loud. Like, he had a bad shot, and he turned around and did the and we were like, "Oh, come on, Kirby! There's a billion things going on. You can't blame us for that." He did bring that back up at SEC Media Day, so that one stuck with him. So I don't know. I hope we don't cost him a bad shot.
Look at these ceilings on wherever Harp is.
Oh,
that's
Roman
an old
Harper.
school architect right there.
Roman Harper is high end, high class, and
he's got the Harper Last Supper behind him.
He's with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline of the SEC Network. Alabama great, NFL great, Roman Harper. What is up, Harp? How are you?
What's up, guys? How are you?
Doing awesome, man. Thanks a lot. That is a very unique piece of art behind you. I like that. What is it?
Yeah, this is we had this piece made. It is the Harper family Last Supper. We do got to get a new one though. A couple things have changed in the world.
Where are you in that picture?
All right, here we go. Here we go. I just sit it close.
Yeah,
right. Let me just let's give the people what they want.
All right, let's give the people what they want. Yeah.
All right. How do I flip this thing? There we go. All right. So this is my family.
I see you. Yeah.
All right. This is me, my daughter Sydney, my oldest London. That was Roman at the time, his baby. London, that was my wife.
Hey, Roman is attacking the red velvet cheesecake, which I'm a big fan of.
No doubt. That, of course, that's Jesus.
Okay.
We got Martin Luther King. You guys know who that is.
Michael Jackson, yeah. King of pop.
Barack Obama in the brown suit. Funny. Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Bill Gates, who in the updated version, he might not make the cut.
I was going to say, how did Bill Gates slide in?
This is before the island. This was before the island broke. Okay, we've had this a while. Kobe Bryant, who I don't know why they artists put him in that. He looks like Bill Cosby. That's Kobe Bryant and Beyonce.
He's not included in the meal either.
Yeah, I mean, it's a terrible sweater. Kobe Bryant would never wear that.
Terrible. Would never wear that sweater. We're so angry about it. So my wife's like, when we redo it, because we got to redo it because now we have we got a fourth child. So Soul Brother needs to be on here. Our baby boy Soul.
Harp
we have to update it.
Is Jesus the only one drinking at the table? No.
I think he's the only one with it.
No. MLK's got a drink.
He's got
a cocktail.
Yeah, he's got a cocktail.
I think we do need more. Yeah, we need more drinks too.
So you're gonna have a second Last Supper.
Yeah, Last Supper number 2. No, I like that painting. That is fantastic. My initial fear, just as we were looking at it, was that Roman was Jesus. So thankfully, no. So I was like, we're a little sacrilegious there. So thankfully, Jesus is actually Jesus in the painting. Yeah.
Yeah, that's only Auburn quarterbacks, right?
That's hilarious.
The TJ Finley
post.
I
appreciate it, man. Yeah, it was funny. My wife and I had this idea. It was really cool though, because we were like, all right, who are our people? Who are we gonna put on? So of course, our own family. We wanted to make sure it was people that we did not know, because the moment you do that, you start putting family or brother, friends. Then somebody's like, well, why didn't you put me? So it was everybody that we did not know personally, but that we were maybe fans of. And so first person, I'm like, who are we gonna have, at the Last Supper? I'm like, Martin Luther King. Like, okay, Barack Obama. Heather was like, Beyonce. I was like, oh, gotta get Kobe. I'm like, okay, boom. So now we're just filling in, and we look up. I'm like, babe, we gotta have some diversity. We need some white people at the table, babe. So she was like,
so Michael Jackson was in.
Yeah, Michael Jackson, you're in.
Yes.
RBG, come on over here, girl. You're in. And I was like, dude, we need some Bill Gates bankrolling. Give me Bill Gates. And now, come to find out, Bill Gates is probably going to be the one out on the new Last Supper. And we'll replace him with Soul. So much better company, I guess, overall.
Harper, 17 years ago this week, you were drafted in the second round by the New Orleans Saints. Hard to believe, not to date you. You've had the gray hair that long. But talking about this draft process, I mean, this draft is going to be fascinating because you just look at the quarterbacks at the top and so much SEC flavor. Bryce Young, and I know you're a Saint at heart. That's the team that took you, won a Super Bowl there. You also played in a Super Bowl for the Carolina Panthers, so I know you still have a lot of respect for that organization as well. They more than likely will take Bryce at the top. But after that, you got guys like Will Levis that could possibly go number 2. Anthony Richardson, a lot of people think he will go in the top 5 now. Just give me your opinion of those two quarterbacks. I know what you think about Bryce Young, but Will Levis, Anthony Richardson, do they really have potential to be franchise quarterbacks in this league?
All right. So I really – these are the two guys that I'm really nervous about, honestly, because Anthony Richardson, I watched him play, and I know these quarterbacks really well. I watched every snap of them last year covering the SEC, so it's not just throwing this out of anywhere, just making it up out of air. They both have so much upside. Anthony Richardson even more upside, and he's 2 years younger. So if you're going on purely just upside, would you not take Anthony Richardson as well, who's faster? Probably the same type of arm. But when I watch Will Levis play, man, Will Levis can make throws that like nobody else makes. And he does it effortlessly in some of the windows and some of the throws he makes. But in some of those same throws and some of these same windows, you're like, why are you throwing that ball? That is such a bad decision. And so his arm sometimes gets him in trouble. And I know everybody says the offensive line and it was, man, he just turns the football over so much at times. And I don't like that about him. It reminds me of Sam Darnold, where when I looked at Sam Darnold coming out, I said, you know what? I know he turned the ball over a lot in college the last year or so, but he'll get in the NFL, he'll clean it up because he's got so much talent. And, man, and that's why it's so important. And not saying Sam Darnold still isn't super talented. I watched him here in Carolina last year. He's uberly talented. But if you don't go in the right situation early, you don't have the right amount of success for the right people around you to kind of teach you and help you learn the game and be successful, man, it's just so hard to be burned out. They'll throw you out. Next thing you know, you're on the waiver wire. You're bouncing around. You don't have your feet underneath you. If things just don't go right, that's my biggest concern with Will Levis going to number 2 overall is, will the system fit him and will it be the right situation for him to be successful, or will they force him into playing early? He doesn't play well, and now he's just a burnout and considered another quarterback bust that goes way too early in the first round. Anthony Richardson, if he goes in the top 5 where everybody's saying he's going to go, which, I mean, if you're going to take a flyer on any type of quarterback, I mean, he's a really good flyer to take it on just because he has the arm strength. He looks like a creative player on Madden, and he can throw the ball a mile. He's faster than most players on the field at all times. He's just got to be able to learn how to continue to read defenses, see and play with if he can play the game, the quarterback game, which is reading it, understanding it as fast as he runs when he's playing the game, then you're going to have a really, really special player. And the way offenses are built, and everybody's going to try and compare him to all these other quarterbacks. And I think he is a little bit more unique because you can't compare him to Jalen Hurts because Jalen Hurts balled throwing the football in college multiple years. And so it's just not that same. I know, Jalen Hurts can continue to learn and develop, but they're just not the same to me. And it's just really hard to even give you a comp on when I watch Anthony Richardson because his ceiling is way above everybody else's. Look, man, I got a nice house, and I only got 10-foot ceilings on the first floor. He's like 15, 20-foot ceilings, like all over the place. He's high ceiling. But, man, I just don't know if he's ever going to achieve those because he is exactly the worst compliment that a lot of people use in given sports, and I don't like using it, but he's got so much potential.
Roman Harper is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Bryce Young has been undersized his whole life, Harp. I mean, this is nothing new for him. But he doesn't get a whole lot of passes batted down. Like I asked earlier, how many do you remember seeing him get batted down at Alabama? It's not a lot. Does that translate to the NFL? Like if I could say, well, he went through his 2 years of an SEC quarterback, got almost nothing batted down. If I'm an NFL team, do I say, okay, then I don't really worry about that?
Yeah, I mean, people are going to bring up his size because it's talking season, and of course you worry about it, but he knows how to throw through windows. If you watched him play quarterback, he throws passes and completes passes over the line of scrimmage all the time. He's not throwing it out wide where, it's less hands up and throwing it one-on-one on the outside all the time. No, he's completing a lot of passes over the middle in tight windows and tight spaces. So not only is he throwing it through windows, but he's also completing it in tight windows. And a very, very accurately thrower and with great anticipation, which is a lot of qualities that you see and that you want in really good quarterbacks. He has those. Look, if he was above 6 foot, everybody would be raving about this young man. And people are still raving about him, but he just has one big knock. And when I watch all these quarterbacks in this year's draft, at least the ones that everybody's considering in the top 5 or top 6, everybody's these are the things that people are looking for, and I'm looking forward to because I have a knock or something on every single one of these quarterbacks.
Well, I'm excited about it just because of the unpredictability of what's going to happen tomorrow night.
Exactly.
But I wanted to ask you, Harp, about, going back 16 years ago or 17 years ago when you were drafted. Did you kind of know that you were going to New Orleans? I know you probably thought that they had an interest in you, but did you think you might have been going earlier to somebody else or a little later to somebody else? And how does that whole process work?
All right, so the process is crazy. I mean, I can only speak on my process, and it really wasn't crazy. It was actually very vanilla and quite dull. I didn't know where I was going to go. The only team that actually, because, you have these like top 30, everybody has these visits and stuff. So I got no visits. So in my mind, I'm like, dude, I don't even think anybody wants me because I don't have any visits set up. And then after that, I'm serious. And then the only team that actually came to see me was Carolina Panthers, their safeties coach. And so I show up to the grass, like my cleats on, ready to go. Like, I'm going to show these dudes, like, I can ball or I can move. And he was like, had me do like one back pedal. And he was like, okay, I don't care. Like, I just wanted to meet you. It's like the fact that you came out here just like excited to go. He's like, I love you as a player. I just don't think you're going to be, I hope you're around when we actually going to think about drafting a safety. That's the 3rd round. I'm like, dude, call me, bro. I'm going to be there. Like, I'm ready. And so, cause I didn't know where I was going to go. And so after the whole process, the combine, pretty much all the haze in the barn, I asked my agent, and he was like, look, he was like, Roman, I got grades on you from any team from whether it's the 2nd round all the way to the 5th round based upon your needs, the team's needs, and where they got you at. So I was like, so I'm not worried about going in the 1st round. So the night before, I partied my ass off in Tuscaloosa. I wake up right around as the 1st round's about to start because I hadn't partied in like months, because I wanted to put everything I had into the draft and really be focused and dedicated. So I did that. And then the night before, I'm like, dude, I'm not going to get in trouble. I'm in Tuscaloosa with all my own family and my boys, so let's go. And so I wake up Saturday morning because that was when the first 3 rounds were all on day one.
I got to ask you, was Saturday morning of draft day a Sergeant Spoon moment?
My wife's right here, but so then you wake up. I wake up. The 1st round's just now about to start, and you guys got me off my game. Yeah. And so then I drive an hour and 20 minutes home, and so the 1st rounds are just now about to start ending. So I was I get home, and I didn't really want to party or anything with my family, because I didn't know. I didn't want to invite a lot of people over and make it like a big deal because some people had me going like later than the 3rd round, so I had to be aware of those things. And And so I was probably home like 30 minutes or so. And my mom said, somebody called the house and he said they asked for me. And I was like, who's called my parents' house for me? And it was Sean Payton and Mickey Loomis. And so they told me they were going to draft me. I just gave them a whole bunch of yes, sirs, nodded my head, kept it real cool, calm, because I didn't want to get too excited because you heard those stories where they say they're going to draft you and then they don't. So I was aware of that. And so I didn't say anything. I just got off the phone. And my mom, when they were like, well, who's that? It was like, nobody. It was just, they asked me some questions about some interview stuff. I was like, oh, okay. So, and then your name scrolls across and then everybody gets to celebrate. And it's like a party. And so people came over. It was really cool, man, just looking back. But I had no idea the Saints wanted me. I talked to them at the Combine. And the only reason I even remembered them is because my coach, when I got to New Orleans, told me that, they looked at my weight. They were like, he doesn't weigh a lot. He's like less than 190. He's like 195. But, man, he plays physical. And then he said he just looked across from me because it's really weird, guys. It's like I'm sitting here on the other cross of the table, and you're like a dark room, and the lights are on you. So it's like interrogation mode. Like, people don't understand the Combine. It's kind of interrogation mode. You come in these 15-minute interviews, and they're just like, they got a grease board behind you just in case they want to get you to get on the board. Nobody asked me to get on the board, really, maybe a couple teams. And with the Saints, they said my coach was just like on the other side of me. He didn't even ask me a question. He said he just remembers looking at me. He's like, but this dude's neck is like large. Like, this dude's got a huge neck.
What is the neck? Is it a 19? I was going to ask you because the average neck is probably a 16.
Oh, well, at the time I was definitely like 18 something, almost 19. So I'm probably 17, and so I'm a little bit less than 18 now.
Oh. I think I'm 16 and a half.
The biggest neck I've ever seen is Takeo Spikes, though.
Oh, my gosh.
No doubt. I would love to get a competition, me and Takeo, to do a neck measurement contest. But I need like at least a month and a half in advance because I'm going to get that neck, all the neck exercises. I'm going to get back right. A lot of shrugs, a lot of like different shoulder work to get this thing back going. At least I give him a run for his money.
I mean, Takeo goes shoulders to ears. It goes straight shoulders to ears for him.
Yeah, doesn't even need a neck roll.
No,
doesn't. He's got the original neck roll, just like right here.
The one God gave him.
So, hey, what's your plan today on this April afternoon?
So I'm about to go work out, and then I'm going to go get a haircut. I fly out to Kansas City tonight to cover the draft. I'm doing my podcast with Peanut Tillman up there through the NFL called the NFL Players Second Acts Podcast. So we interview former NFL players about their second act, what all they're doing now. Me and Peanut are doing different things. And so we get to go around and ask former players, and the NFL helps us, I guess the term is solicit or get other players to do interviews with us. And so we got everybody that would be at the draft, that some of the former players, more retired players and things like that, or even guys that are doing other things currently as well. So we'll be doing that for Thursday and Friday. I fly back Saturday. I actually will be announcing the Saints picks on the day 2 picks. Right now they're scheduled for 2 of them, maybe 3 picks. I don't even know if I'm that committed to stay for all 3 picks, but it'll be cool to do that as well.
Are you going to play it up? You going to go big?
I think I'm just I talked to my boy Usama Young. He works for the NFL, and I was like, I don't even know what to wear. Like what? Because last time I did a pick, I had this one like green jacket, but on TV it shows like it looks just like the Saints colors. So it's like kind of fire, but I already did that already, so I don't really want to do that. Maybe I'll bring it just in case, but I think I'm just going to wear my Saints Hall of Fame jacket.
Okay.
That's a baller move right there.
That is a baller move. I do want to bring up, I'm sure you like Italian food. Most people do, right?
Yes.
There's a place called Garazzo's, and it's in the Little Italy district of Kansas City. I was there last summer, and it's fantastic.
Yes, I need somewhere to go to eat because I don't know anything in Kansas City. I've never been. I don't know.
I'll text you. I got a couple of places. I was there 2 nights. Garazzo's is incredible.
Okay, all right. Text them to me. I'll get it hooked up because they can always help us out do those things too.
Harp, always fun, man. Thank you for the time.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you guys. Loving my wife's beautiful art
That's
here.
Awesome.
It's amazing. I don't know. Everybody's moved on to better places since then too. So thank you guys. Appreciate
All right, buddy.
it.
Take care. Safe travels. Roman Harper with us, SEC Network, at Harp41 on Twitter, at Harp_41 on Instagram. Michelson, look ahead, LT. Todd Fuhrman coming up later on with some of the numbers on the draft and NBA and Major League Baseball.
969-8100, that's the number that I called over 2 decades ago. Dr. Mark Michelson, a pioneer in this business, the first to perform the laser procedure in the state of Alabama way back in 1995. Now his daughter, part of the business, Dr. Jen Michelson, the best in the business, these two. Go see them, 969-8100. If you wear the contacts or the eyeglasses, trust me, it's one of the best decisions I made. I've got 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. Make the call that I made, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with an absolutely free consultation. You've got nothing to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, 205-969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Regions Tradition returns to Greystone May 10th through the 14th. You can see golf legends compete, the Celebrity Pro-Am, and enjoy the biggest lawn party in Alabama. But it's so much more. It's about giving back to our community. The Regions Tradition is proud to support Children's of Alabama as our primary beneficiary. In 31 years, the tournament has raised over $21 million for local charities. The Regions Tradition, a great time for a great cause.
Rockstar will appreciate B. Foshi's comment in the Coke Zero chat room. 1 Roman Harper neck equals 8 Merton Hanks necks.
Well, yeah, see, I've got
that guy.
He was like a bobblehead.
Let's see if I can get a picture of him.
Yeah,
I'm a believe it or not, a 17 and a half, but I've got such a long neck it doesn't look.
Yeah.
But I think the average neck's like 16 and a half. But I would have sworn Romans had to have been 19.
Yeah,
I guess he said it was close to 19.
I'm a 16 and a half. I mean, it doesn't really matter much. I wore a tie last night. First time I've worn a tie twice this year, and we're in April.
See, Merton's got the long neck, but it's also pretty thick.
Yeah, it's thicker than I remember it being, but it is very long. Yeah, Merton Hanks had that long neck. He just looked like a bobblehead on the field. It just looked like his head was barely balanced on a stick, and it was just bouncing around when he was out
What
there
about
running.
Willie McGee? Show me Willie McGee's neck. You can pull that.
Yeah, I remember Willie McGee kind of looked like an alien, didn't he?
It looked like E.T. a little bit.
Yeah.
But I think he also had the long neck.
That's longer than I remember.
It's like Beetlejuice from Howard Stern.
He does. He was a hell of a player, though.
Willie
man.
McGee was. He and Vince Coleman, right?
Look how, I mean, he's a $160 in that picture right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Vince Coleman.
Willie McGee, they tore up the base paths.
Jack Clark, man, that was a good Cardinals team.
Well, that was a pretty good base stealing.
Broke my heart in 85, I think it was.
Pretty good base stealing duo, right? He and
Oh,
Vince Coleman there at the top of that order. Yeah. Willie McGee, I forgot.
Now that is a baseball card.
That is a baseball card.
I had that one.
I remember the Donruss Diamond Kings. I remember those.
Yep, I do too.
Yep.
I remember there was the Food World in Vestavia. It's probably the one your parents shopped at, up on the top of the hill.
It's like the police department now, or City Hall.
So they would have in these bins right by the cash register or by the registers of Fleer. It was the 1984 Fleers, and they came in transparent packs, and it was 3. And I bought so many, I was able to create 3 original sets myself of Fleer, just buying them.
So you did the
them.
full 3 sets?
Yeah.
Rockstar, I'm sorry to do this to you. Google the 1987 Tops. That's the only one I ever had the full set of.
Really?
Yeah, and I'll tell you, and I can remember it to this day. My parents had a Sam's membership. Even though we lived in Anniston, we'd come over to Sam's. And at Sam's, you could buy the actual box.
Yeah, I love buying the boxes of cards.
And I will never forget it. It's because here's what Rockstar is going to find. Just click on any of those photos, Rockstar. It was like wood around the photos. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It was kind of like, so I will never forget the look of that. And you had the little checklist in it, and you would go through and you check them as you found them. And then I went to a baseball card store and bought the ones that I didn't have. So I had the full set of 87.
I thought it was
still have it somewhere.
So much fun doing that, building the sets, because I built multiple, but the 84 Fleer was the easiest because I bought so many of them. But there was a tobacco company that you could go downtown. I think it was over by Sloss, and they sold the wax boxes too. So you could buy Tops, Donruss, Fleer, any of those from this one particular tobacco company. So I would go down there and get some of those too. But man, I would spend hours just on baseball cards.
Yeah.
Absolutely loved it back in the day.
I've still got that 87 set. I have not gone back, and but the fact that I even thought of doing it will tell me nothing is valuable in there. But I haven't gone back to look to see if there's an extremely valuable card out of that set.
Lance, do you have an 87 Rick Honeycutt?
I'm sure I do.
Why?
I was saying, that's the Dodgers page.
Yeah,
that is the Dodgers page.
No, I'm sure I do.
Bill Madlock was legit, wasn't he?
Mad Dog was legit. Dude. He was legit with the Pirates. He wasn't as good with my Dodgers.
But each pack had the gum in it, and I would open a pack, chew a piece of gum, open a pack, put a piece of gum in the
ass awful is what it was.
A Ziploc bag. Yeah, but when
that
you're
sugar
a kid,
on there.
Like I don't know how you can make a piece of gum that bad.
Well, it just sticks in there. I just remember the first thing you taste is that just caked in sugar, and then it's like breaking a molar.
No, and it breaks in like 7 pieces, and then you got to pull it all back together with your mouth in order to be able to chew it. But like a version of a food, is there anything worse than that piece of gum? If you understand what I'm saying, like instant milk. I don't think I've ever had the powdered instant milk.
I don't think I have either. Yeah,
I'm just trying to think of another version of a food that would double as that. Like the bubble gum is
nothing's pretty. I don't think
the baseball bubble
worse.
gum is the worst variation of gum out there, and I'm trying to think of other foods.
A cold soggy fry.
Yeah, but where was a consistent cold soggy fry?
Yeah. So what he's saying is like that
was the way it was delivered.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No.
And
yeah.
it was consistently awful. Again, I'll call it ass awful.
Yeah. Jay Price says you have nailed the description of baseball card gum. But that was it. I mean, it was not dentine, but it was good as a kid.
I would love to go back and get some of these. They still sell them, the unopened wax boxes. I just don't trust it because I know there was a swindler over in Homewood, and we'd go over there and we'd buy the packs. And he had already opened them and
repackaged. He sold you the cheap ones.
Yeah, like he'd take
out a bunch of bench players.
The Ricky Henderson rookie card.
Yeah. Do you remember the Billy Ripken end of the bat card? And a buddy of mine had one of those.
Yeah.
And those are really valuable.
Had the F-bomb on it?
Yeah, had the F-bomb on it. Yeah. And a buddy of mine had one. Bart Street had one. And we were at his house and we were looking at it. And it was right there on the bottom of the bat, as clear as day. And that thing had a lot of value.
Is there still a market? I just remember the Beckett guide
where you would see that, my Steve Garvey rookie card from 1974 was worth, $28, and then you try to sell it and they'll be like, I'll give you $13 for it. I'm like, I don't understand that. Well, I've got to make something off of it, too.
It was a modern day, it was an early on Pawn Stars.
So it's really not worth $28 if I'm only going to get $13 for it.
We will talk about the NBA. There's Atlanta has a problem, Rockstar. Atlanta has a problem.
Sherman
was a problem years ago for them.
Okay.
They've rebuilt since then. I don't know if you've been to Atlanta lately. They've rebuilt since Sherman.
Good for them.
Yeah, they've rebuilt, but they've still got a problem. It's an unfortunate situation facing Atlanta, and it involves the Atlanta Hawks. We'll discuss that when we return. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing are a respected roofing contractor. They've been doing it for more than 20 years. And right now, they want you to know that if you've had some recent storm damage, or if you just know you need a new roof, Greg can take care of you. Here's his cell number, 205-542-3531. That's 205-542-3531 for Greg from Pell City. Greg from Pell City on Facebook is where you find him with Storm Restoration Roofing. If you're a vet, pipe jack boots, flashing gutters, Greg handles that stuff for you free of charge. That's how much he appreciates what you've done for our country. So use a guy like Greg from Pell City. Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing. That problem for Atlanta is next on the Next Round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Winners of every major championship in golf. Legends to an entire generation of sports fans. This is the region's tradition at Greystone. May 10th through the 14th. Ernie Els, Bernhard Langer, Padraig Harrington, and defending champion Steve Stricker are a few of the golf greats who will be fighting for another shot at history.
I like this matchup, huh? How could you not love this group?
The region's tradition. Buy your tickets today.
Winter weather can take a toll on your vehicle's performance. Don't let slick roads or new potholes leave you stranded in the cold. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has a team of ASE certified mechanics that have a plan for your vehicle's winter maintenance and repair. Tires, brakes, battery checks, and more. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has you covered. With 4 locations in the Birmingham area, be sure to tell the guys at Vulcan you heard about them on the Next Round. Your safety is their top priority because of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Wherever you go, we go together.
Saturday, April 29th is Legends Day.
Professional football right here in Birmingham.
When your Birmingham Stallions take on the New Orleans Breakers. Get your tickets today and bring the whole family to Protective Stadium and get autographs from Alabama sports legends.
You feel the energy.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10.
Stallions all the way to the house.
Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Another hour of the next round starting off. Along with Lance Taylor, I'm Ryan Brown. Jim Dunaway still enjoying his glamping vacation. I guess we'll get to those photos. I forgot to do that in the last hour. We got tied up with Harp.
Dunaway's got a new attire on
he's
today.
changed his attire every day. Going a little Georgia Bulldog colors there. The black and red next round long sleeve with the red next round golf hat.
Those reds really don't blend, though. Who's dressing Dunaway? Is this Forster
every
again?
day.
That's Scott. I mean, I don't even know why.
Can I take over tomorrow?
Scott, why are you even trying anymore?
I'll take over tomorrow.
Yeah, please do it tomorrow.
Okay.
Lance.
Yes. Wow. Lance frequently wears like colors that clash. That's why that's weird that you are that beat up about that.
I probably have a reason that I wear colors that clash.
Interesting.
It's called style, Brown.
Well, no, I'm not saying it's out of style. I'm just saying that's what your criticism is of this.
Yeah,
Hey, do you have
doesn't
a
go.
puffy jacket he can borrow?
I do have a puffy jacket that he can wear, Dick. Now, to Forrester's credit, these lights are never on, so he does, I guess you dress Dunaway in the dark, so there might be something to that, because I know the old blue sock, brown sock for some people, or blue sock, black sock was tricky, getting dressed in the mornings, which I never really understood that, because you should be able to pair your socks together before.
Yeah, you have them together in the drawer. Yeah.
Is that one of the biggest mysteries, though, outside of the pyramids of Giza? That
how socks disappear?
I don't understand it. Like, I put my clothes in the washer. I pull all the clothes out of the washer, put them in the dryer. I look, there's nothing in the washer. And then I take all the clothes out of the dryer, and I backtrack to see, because I'm weird. I like sit Indian style, and I fold my clothes on the floor.
That is a weird look. I would have to agree.
Of my bedroom, yeah. But I look back and there's no like sock trail, and I'm always missing a sock.
Well, there's sometimes when you do a load and you look back at the hamper, you're like, damn it, there's one sock.
I know, I missed
that
that.
I didn't put in there.
But the other part too is, Lance, like the minute I get the smallest hole in one of my socks, it's in the trash. So now I've got an unmatched sock. So I got this extra sock just floating around.
You know what makes me nervous about that? Two things. I don't like the hole in the sock is uncomfortable, A. B, if you were to die and they find you with a hole in your sock.
It's going to be so embarrassing.
They don't even put you in the bag. Like, this guy's not even worth it. Throw him in the ocean.
That honestly, I mean, like the
St. Peter's going to be standing at the gate going,
No, first responder though would be like, I was the one on the scene for Brown, and tell you, it was kind of weird. He had a big hole in his right sock,
bottom of his sock.
Yeah.
Now he's missing his head too, but the sock really.
I don't know. We got to figure this sock thing out though. I wonder if you just wash socks separately.
Lance is doing a whole
That'd be a small load, wouldn't it?
It would be a small load. But
yes, I hate whites.
I do too.
That's what happens, man.
I neglect the whites.
No, I hate doing the whites because it's got all the socks in it, and you pull it out and crap's just going everywhere.
See, I don't have any socks in my white.
Yeah. Well, see, I wear a lot of the
white socks.
Yeah, the white golf socks.
I don't think I have a pair of white socks.
You don't?
I don't think I do either.
Yeah. Yeah. See, mine are more like these.
So weird.
Well, the socks that
I got a snake on my socks, by the way.
What kind?
These are Stance.
What kind of snake?
Oh, it looks like a. Damn, it looks pretty.
It looks like copperhead.
Intimidating.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just a medieval snake.
I was about to read some stuff in the chat room, but the sock talk is taken over from the chat room. By the way, I found out in the break real quick before we get back to it that in that box of cards I got, Rockstar, I'm glad I brought this up. I got some valuable cards. Somebody sent me a link. I've got a Barry Bonds rookie.
Ooh.
That's got some value, right?
I showed that. I think I don't know.
What is that
Yeah,
worth?
you did. No, you did. Right now they say $350. I would have guessed more.
$350?
Yeah. Wouldn't you have guessed more?
No, not really. I mean, $350 sounds pretty good. I think I'd sell that and go to dinner.
I got a Greg Maddux rookie. That's $200.
Okay.
I've got a Bo Jackson rookie, also $200. I've got a Mark McGwire rookie, $150. I got some good rookie cards, man.
No, you do. You ought to sell them.
Well, I will if I can find them.
Where's the market? Where do you sell them now? Lunsford would know this. Lunsford jump on. Lunsford said earlier that the sport card market is going down. I think it went up during the pandemic.
It exploded during the pandemic. It's kind of going.
It's crap! I should have sold it in the pandemic.
It's just becoming super pricey to get into it now. I mean, if you have those old cards, you can sell them for a bunch. I mean, I found a bunch of old stuff. I have too, but you basically have to go through eBay now if you want to do it because there's no like card shop down the street you can go sell it to like there was back in the day.
See, here's what would be interesting about that. Like eBay, they're graded. So you've got excellent condition to, I guess, poor. I forgot what the grades were. But how can you really trust to buy a card online that's going to be in excellent condition?
I mean, how can you ever trust anything you buy online, I guess? But the real thing is you have to get it graded by like PSA or Beckett or somebody. I don't know if you see like the cards, like the Michael Jordan cards, like Darren Ravel puts on Twitter or something like that. It has like a case around it and it says like PSA 9 or something like that. It's like a certificate of authenticity basically for how well the card has been treated and how well it's printed, how well it's been treated, like bends and stuff like that in it and wear and tear. And that's how you know if it's like in a sealed case like that, then you get that. And that's what basically authenticates it. A regular card, I mean, it's like buying anything online. You never know what you're
but do you have to send it to Beckett or one of these places?
You have to send it, and it's actually pretty costly now because it's become a pretty big hobby. And they grade any kind of sports
Brown's
cards.
out.
Well, I got to find them first. I mean, that's the whole thing. I don't even know where these
I'll
things
tell you
are.
this, the best card I ever had, and I did it with a trade, my buddy Chris, and we were like back in middle school. And I forgot what I traded for it, but it was the rookie card of Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, and Dr. J was on the card. And it was perforated, so you could like tear them in thirds. But this was the whole card, and it was in mint condition. And I remember I gave it to Young Reed for like a birthday present or whatever, and one of his buddies stole it. True story.
Wow, that sucks.
Maybe worth the money now. That guy's probably rich.
Oh, God. I mean, pull that and see what that's worth. The Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, Dr. J rookie card.
They were all on the same card?
Yeah, they're all on the same card. You'll see it. It's an iconic card.
Right.
And I randomly found it at this dude's house in a shoebox. And I said, what can I give you for this? And I ended up giving him, not what this is going to be worth.
Well, yeah,
but I
but
cannot.
he made the deal.
I'll never forget when it went missing. And I'll never forget the kid denying it. I still know the kid's name.
Really?
Yep.
Are you going to try to track him down?
I mean, there's nothing that can be done or said about it now.
$5,500? Is that right?
There's one $16,000.
Are you kidding me?
That's
That was the card?
That's the card, yeah.
So you gave that to your brother?
Yep. And it was in mint condition.
Well, now there's no way y'all would have kept it in mint condition.
No, I mean, it was in one of so they had the plastic sleeves. So we had albums back in the day of the cards. So it was in one of those. It never would have come out.
So you gave that to your brother as a gift, and it is now worth $16,000.
And one of his best friends back then stole it.
We got to track that guy down. Are you still in touch with this guy?
No, hell no.
Not a card thief.
Nah, he was disowned pretty much after that. But I mean, I know who he is. I think he's still in this area.
Sounds like the Flints need to get called.
The Flints.
Need to get a call to the Flints.
But I mean, that's a good looking card.
Oh, it's a great looking card. So you would that's perforated and you would tear them off. Once you tear them off, it lost all its value, though.
Yeah, yeah. You didn't do that. But I guess as a kid, you probably wouldn't have known that. But when I found it, I knew better. And there was some value then. I think when I found it was probably worth $100.
Yeah, now $16,000 up too.
But I wouldn't sell that. I would like post that up somewhere.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I might frame that one. Yeah. Julius Erving, rock star. He was the scoring leader that year.
It seems like he judges every single slam dunk competition.
Dr. J does?
And he is so excited every time. God, I got to do it again.
I bet that check hits the bank, though.
Can you give me a Kevin Bacon 3 Degrees of Separation movie with Tom Hanks?
Kevin Bacon and Tom Hanks?
And Dr. J.
Tom Hanks, I cannot.
Dr. J. Was he in the air up there?
He was in the movie Philadelphia. They went to the Spectrum for a game, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, playing himself?
He was playing himself.
Nah, that doesn't count.
I mean, what do you want him to play, Morgan Freeman?
Kareem
he actually could
Abdul-Jabbar
play Morgan Freeman now.
Kareem played an airplane pilot. Come on now.
That's true, yeah. Kareem was a fantastic airplane pilot.
That's true.
The Medical Properties Trust presents the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix powered by AmFirst. It is April 28th through 30. We're going to be out there Friday. Accelerate your weekend. Experience 3 days of racing featuring drivers from the iconic IndyCar Series at Barber Motorsports Park. It is recognized as the Augusta of racing. Enjoy food trucks, interactive fan zone, Ferris wheel, kids corner, and more. Tickets are limited and selling fast. Kids 15 and under get in free. Get yours today. IndyAlabama.com. It is this weekend. Barber Motorsports Park. IndyAlabama.com. All right, so last night, the Hawks, Lance, you said it would be 3-0, teams facing elimination. You were very close. It was 2-1.
I was really completely off last night.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
I'll own it. I thought we would see some blowouts. I told you.
No, they were all close games. Yeah.
I told you on Monday night we got really good games. I didn't think we'd get good games last night. And so I had the Hawks on a top TV, and I had to put it on the big because watching that comeback and watching Trae Young, much like what we saw with Jimmy Butler on Monday night in the Heat.
Yeah.
And what he was able to do against the Bucks. But Trae Young, the way he played, especially in the fourth quarter, and the way he's played in the fourth quarter of this entire series, This kid is an ice-cold assassin.
Well, he's got 38 and 13. Give me some Trae Young, Rockstar. Cut 2. Trae Young, the Hawks guard, 38 and 13 in that 119-117 win over the Celtics to stave off elimination. Boston still has that 3-2 series lead, but here is the Hawks guard after last night's win.
I mean, I've been owning the moment my whole life. This is what I do. I'm not afraid of it. I've worked too hard to be afraid of the moment. And it's not like I'm just out there by myself. My teammates are telling me, yo, be aggressive. Like, get into the paint, keep shooting. Like, and you need that. I mean, as a player, as a leader on the team, you still need those guys around you to help you out. And my teammates helped me out a lot tonight and just telling me to be aggressive. And late in the game, they wanted me to take over. And so that's what I just try to do for them.
So they were down 13 in the fourth, and teams facing elimination in the history of the NBA playoffs that are down 13 or more, I think, are 0-187. And they were the first team to be able to come back from that. And I don't know if you watched the final sequence, Brown, but the lack of urgency from Trae Young, it's like he knew there's going to be one shot. I'm the only guy that's touching this. He had it behind the timeline it was almost under 6 seconds. He walks it up and bombs it from 30. And there's still 2.8 on the clock. But, I mean, if he misses that shot, game's over.
Yeah, game over, season over.
Yeah, look, Celtics did so many things down the stretch, from fouling him the possession before to the terrible inbounds play when they had 2.8 left, which led to a desperation 3 at the end there. Boston shot themselves in the foot. And the problem here is Boston is a much better team than the Hawks, although Quinn Snyder is a really underrated coach. Boston's a much better team, but now you go Game 6 in Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
And the way Trae Young is playing, he's a guy that obviously can take over a game. You saw it last night with the 38 points. But if Atlanta gets Game 6, you go to Game 7, and anything can happen. I mean, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, one of these guys could have a bad game. Somebody could foul out. Somebody could get hurt. And on the other side of this, Boston wanted to get out of this series early because guess what? The Sixers are sitting there waiting.
That's right. They've been done for a minute.
Yeah.
And this is at least going Thursday. Game 6 is Thursday night in Atlanta. State Farm Arena, TNT, 7:30 tip, 7:30 tip, I believe. Game 6. You know what else was Thursday night at State Farm Arena? Scott's got the photo.
Janet Jackson.
Ooh, ice-capade.
So the State Farm Arena people had booked Janet Jackson for Thursday night at State Farm Arena. And I'm not going to say they didn't have faith in the Hawks making it there, but they did not hold that date for the Eastern Conference quarterfinals Game 6.
I do want to say this real quick. Janet Jackson was here on Saturday night, and I think when I was a kid, I always knew when concerts were in town. I never know when concerts are in town. So I think we do a piss-poor job in this market of promoting concerts. So anybody out there that really wants to promote their concerts, come to the next round. We'll promote it the proper way for you.
Yeah.
It's my selling point on that. But I didn't realize this, so I had a friend that went to Janet Jackson. And guess who opened for Janet Jackson?
Belle Biv DeVoe. Tony.
I tell you what, Kirby Smart's got a little bit of a relationship.
Kirby Smart does?
The first spring game.
Oh, who was that? I forget now.
Ludacris.
Remember
on his rider, he needed a box of Magnums?
You got to have a box.
A box.
Yeah, Ludacris opened for Janet, huh?
Yeah, I heard Ludacris was really good. I've actually seen Ludacris before.
I have not. I know that does not come as a huge surprise to you. Somebody told me they were going to the Janet concert. That's how I knew she was in town. I don't think I had seen any promotion. I frankly was a little surprised Janet's still touring, but she's doing big arenas. I mean, Legacy's 16,000. State Farm's a big arena, big city.
Well, you think about
how old is Janet
her
now?
Demographic. She's probably 50, close to it. But her demographic, you got a bunch of 35 to 50-year-old women that love her.
Yeah, it's like if boy bands were still together, they can make a fortune right now. The problem with boy bands,
they are, by the way.
Well, but not some of the original.
Yeah, not in sync, but
right.
But I mean, I think Boyz II Men is back out there.
She's
New
50,
Kids on the Block did
she's
it.
56.
I was going to say she was 60.
She's 5'4". She's tiny.
You didn't know Janet was small?
No.
Well, Michael was pretty small, right?
I
think it was a small family.
Wow.
But we do a really bad job on ticket promotion.
Yeah.
I mean, Rockstar, you would agree, right?
I do, but every now and then if you go like on social media, like Facebook, they have this targeted ads thing where they'll say like, Birmingham, we're coming to Avondale on this date, and it's like some band or something like that. Like it's just, but it's not, you don't follow them. I think it's trying to, your trend of your searches, that this rock band's coming. That's the only way I see it.
I think what happened is, we went to so many concerts, and back in the day, you had 3 or 4 radio stations, like Rock 99 and I-95.
And when I would listen to those, they did a really good, and I think it was Tony Ruffino and it was Ruffino Vaughn were the promoters. And they did a really good job on giving tickets away and running spots nonstop. So, we would be ready. We would be at Turtles or Oz the day of ticket sales when they went on sale. And so I knew exactly what was going on. But now when you've got the decline of radio and you've got so many different options out there, I guess it is more difficult to target these things.
Well, how did everybody know? Everybody knew about damn Taylor Swift.
Well, I mean, it's a different level there. Yeah. By the way, just in case you're wondering, State Farm has pushed Janet's concert to Friday night. So if you had Thursday night tickets, they're still good on Friday night if you were going to see Janet in Atlanta. So apparently she's not booked every night. She's like, I'll spend another night in Atlanta, I guess.
Yeah, and I guess, if I'm driving in from out of town, I think it would be better on a Friday night. Right?
Lunsford's got a good point there. Go ahead, Lunsford.
Well, that's why I just said it in the chat. Taylor Swift's this weekend. I'm going to see her in Atlanta Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Yeah, but she's at Mercedes-Benz, right?
But they're right next door.
Oh, I know.
There's two concerts going on at the exact same time. Because I went to a concert at the Tabernacle, which is right down the street from State Farm Arena.
Which is a great venue.
It is a great venue. But then there was, I don't remember who it was, but a huge rapper was performing at State Farm Arena at the same time. And downtown was a nightmare. Can you imagine? And that was that was State Farm Arena, the basketball arena, with a small venue. Can you imagine that with Mercedes-Benz Stadium with more people than will ever go to a football game at a Taylor Swift concert?
Yeah, I'm going to pull my Dunaway out here. I went to the Reputation tour for Taylor, and this was in 2018. And I took the kids, and we stayed across Centennial Park. We stayed at a hotel across, so we were able to walk. So I didn't deal with any of that traffic. I hope you guys are doing the same.
I got a parking pass at the stadium. There's a lot under Mercedes-Benz Stadium. I got a parking pass there because we got like the biggest VIP package or whatever.
Oh, yeah, you did. Can't hide it.
I don't even want to know what that costs. You're lowballing me in my house, and you're getting a VIP package to Taylor Swift.
I have to lowball you.
He's got to pay for this somehow.
I spent the other $100,000 on my parking pass, but no. But then we're staying at Buckhead, so like we can there's a way to kind of get around.
Get out of it.
Yeah.
Are you going to all three shows?
No, I'm just going Sunday.
So you're going Sunday.
God, that's like $1 million right there.
Well, I know, but he said Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Well, she's performing Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Okay, so Friday night you're going to have Janet and Taylor performing next door to one another.
You could give me a free ride over, car service, to see Janet Jackson, $1,000 and all the alcohol I could drink, and I wouldn't go. But I would actually, if you gave me Taylor Swift tickets, I would actually drive myself. She puts on that good of a show.
Little Lance would make that sacrifice.
No, the reason
if you gave me free tickets to the most hot show in the world,
I'll drive myself.
I've got a point that I would go to one and I would have no desire to go to the other. But we did the Next Round Cocktail Hour yesterday with Brittany Wagner and Kelly Hunter, and we were talking about the Morgan Wallen debacle. And people that spent that much money, and like I had family that actually went over there and got an Airbnb and everything, and they were sitting around waiting, and Morgan Wallen, they didn't make the announcement until the opening acts had already been done for about an hour. So everybody waited around.
Yeah, I heard 45 minutes, but was it an hour?
Yeah, Morgan Wallen he's got to learn that there are people, and especially his demographic, hardworking people that are spending a lot of money to go see him. And my point was going to be Taylor Swift. She goes 3 hours. She recognizes that, this family in LaGrange, Georgia might not have a lot of money, and this little girl this is her only opportunity to ever see Taylor Swift perform. That's why I respect Taylor Swift. You might not like the music, but she puts everything into her shows. And a guy like Morgan Wallen, and I probably would be the same way, but, the rumors were the dude was out partying all night in Oxford the night before.
Yeah, those are rumors, but he has now come out and said his doctor has him on voice arrest. He's canceled other shows. You wouldn't just cancel those shows to keep that rumor from coming out.
Yeah, but I could also do 7 flaming Dr. Peppers if that's still a thing, and my voice could be shredded. And
what is a flaming Dr. Pepper?
Flaming Dr. Pepper.
It was a shot. I forgot. Have you never heard of a flaming Dr. Pepper?
No.
Well, I'm talking to 2 non-drinkers here, but I think there's some liability with them now, but they used to set the shot on fire and you do the shot.
Yeah, I'm just saying, though, he's canceled other shows, so I don't think he was that might have caused him to lose his voice, but he wasn't just stumbling drunk and couldn't do a show.
I think that's a PR move, though. I think
so they're going to sacrifice all that money for a PR move?
Because I think ultimately, it will save him money. People are pissed.
Well, I know they are.
Yeah, but if you really believe he was sick, which if I'm going to the betting window, I think it was a bender. It's just my opinion.
Do you
pure speculation based on the history of Morgan Wallen?
Forrester,
Again,
from
Morgan,
yesterday,
I'm not hating. I'd probably be in the same situation.
Yeah, so Scott's got it from yesterday. So this was a Facebook post from some lady who drug her family over there to see that concert, and then it didn't happen. She's wanting Morgan Wallen to give her back basically $4,000. She spent $560 on a hotel, 2 tanks of gas, 4 tickets, which, by the way, they were refunding the tickets. That's $1,600 of the $4,000.
Her outfit.
Her outfit is $120, but her husband's outfit is $218.
Wait, did Forster pick her outfit out?
Ew.
Wow. Jeez.
Burn on London.
I mean, Oxford Grill House, she spent $235. That is a good restaurant. Cracker Barrel, $40.
That had to have been breakfast.
Los Perrios, $45. Rebel Rags, which is the one that blew me away. Rebel Rags is basically their bookstore that's got a bunch of Ole Miss gear. $629.
I'm taking that out if I'm Morgan, though. I'm not paying for your Rebel Rags.
Drinks at the concert, $220. And Morgan merch, $235 for a grand total of $3,982. And she sends out her Venmo handle or whatever it is, Cash App, so Morgan can pop her the $4,000.
And people that think drinks at the concert, that's a lot. That's probably only 10 beers each.
Yeah, I'd like to see what
10 beers each.
that is a little. That is a lot.
There, you get there
Well, it's like an hour and a half concert, man.
No, you get there like 5 or 6 hours opening acts, and then you got to wait for Morgan to bail out.
All I could think of when I looked at this after Forrester showed it to us is, what was her old man wearing for $218?
What was she wearing for $120?
$120 is a drop in the bucket for a female outfit, but
That's what I'm
I would be
saying.
embarrassed as a dude if my wife sent out that she went and bought me clothes for a concert and spent more on me than she spent on her. I'd be embarrassed by that.
Yeah, I would have jacked up the prices.
I'd be like, baby, I'll give us the $218 back. You take that line out.
I would have taken Rebel Rags out, and I would have just included that in her outfit and his outfit.
Yeah, maybe so. Just combine outfits.
Yeah, that's what I would have done.
And it's like over $1,000.
I'm going to assume she's not going to get this.
You don't think Morgan's going to do that?
No, because what's going to happen if he does, even as a joke, is
Floodgates.
then everybody else is going to hit him.
Oh, there's no doubt, because she's going to publicize it as soon as he sends her the $4,000.
Yeah.
$218 for a dude. I would have been embarrassed. I would have told my wife, you cannot put that out there.
What were Morgan Wallen tickets going for?
Well,
though?
apparently $400 a pop. She's 4 tickets, $1,600.
Yeah, that's not even. I can't even imagine what Taylor Swift is right now.
Well,
5 years ago,
Lunsford, he
it was
just bought
pricey.
them. Lunsford, do you want to share?
You got VIP,
Just tell,
man.
you don't have to tell us what you
VIP.
spent. Just what is the average ticket going for?
I'll say the market price for my ticket, which is a lot more than I spent, is $5,000 a piece.
Oh, my gosh. The average price for a ticket to see Taylor Swift is $5,000?
No, I said
His
the market price for my ticket is about $5,000 a piece, and that's a lot more than I spent.
So, but you could get $10,000 for your 2 tickets right now.
Probably.
I'd be selling.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a seller's market, Lance.
Because there was like a Taylor Swift experience at Avondale just a couple of weeks ago, wasn't there?
Divorce cost a lot more.
Just saying.
By the way, Lunsford, as he drives over to Atlanta, is going to remember that his vehicle has to stay in top shape. The one thing you don't want to do going to see T-Swizzle is break down.
Oh, can you imagine if you had a dead battery?
Oh, it'd be awful.
You have to send it to her and she has to pay for it.
I know. The ASE certified mechanics of Vulcan Tire and Automotive have the winning service for your family's vehicles. Learn more, VulcanTireandAuto.com. Lance wants to play the seesaw game with Tyler Buckner. I'll put it in reverse, Terry, again when we come back. I was wrong, apparently, on Tyler Buckner. We'll seesaw it next on the next round.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Saturday, April 29th is Legends Day.
Professional football right here in Birmingham.
When your Birmingham Stallions take on the New Orleans Breakers. Get your tickets today and bring the whole family to Protective Stadium and get autographs from Alabama sports legends.
You feel the energy.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10.
Stallions all the way to the house.
Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
How much are you paying for your auto loan or your RV loan? Legacy Community Federal Credit Union may help you save. It's time for Swap and Drop for all members of Legacy Community Federal Credit Union. Swap to Legacy and drop that rate. You can apply online at legacycreditunion.com or stop by any Legacy Community Federal Credit Union branch. It's time to swap and drop with Legacy Credit Union, proud supporters of UAB and UAB Athletics, federally insured by the NCUA. Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on. Coke Zero chat room, J Mo says, I remember when you could see T Swift at Sachs High School for $5. That is so random that she once performed at Boyd Vaughn Gymnasium, Sachs High School. I mean, to think that you've come that far.
You got to start somewhere.
I know you got to start somewhere, but I mean, that's crazy that you've come that far.
You know who's performing in Livingston today at their, I forgot what their charter school's called. The Velcro Pygmies are playing a show during the day. I swear.
On a Wednesday.
During the day on a Wednesday? Yeah. Oof.
Yep, I got that text last night.
Well,
but I think they do it. They come in and I think it's like, I think they give back to the community and it's part of the music department and they kind of talk about music and then they put on
that
a show.
Is a little bit different.
Yeah. I mean, I've heard they do that, which is really cool.
Yeah, no, that is cool. But that is pretty random on the middle of a day on a Wednesday, the Velcro Pygmies.
Yeah, I don't think it was like the, you remember when you would order from the, what was it called? When you would get books brought in as a kid?
The book fair?
The Scholastic Book Fair.
I freaking love the book fair.
They have those big cases. You order it, you write it down, you get those books, and you get them when you're first grade, you get it right for them. They come back to you like by your fourth grade.
No, they take them for
Boy, that was so exciting when they came in. You really never knew when they were going to come in.
Right, but you got this little flyer in advance so you could pre-shop.
Yeah, but if you weren't involved, there were a lot of kids that were just not involved.
Like I've both my daughters have done the book fair and have invited me to come shop with them because parents can come shop because they know that's a way to get more money out of the parents. But I actually kind of got excited about it.
You remember that smell, that new book smell?
Yeah, I liked the book fair when I was a kid. Hey, don't forget Johnston RV Center. Just for a few more days, the Clean Sweep RV event there in April. The month of April at Johnston RV Center, including Coachman Prisms and Sunseeker Motorhomes at deep, deep discounts. Always lifetime warranty on all new and used under 2 years of age from RV Warranty Forever at Johnston RV Center. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, exit 334 in Decatur, always online, johnstonrvcenter.com. If you were not with us for the start of the show, I put it in reverse Terry to start the show. I backed it up, man. Because yesterday when Tyler Buckner hit the transfer portal, according to Pete Thamel, I was like, he's not going to Alabama. Alabama's got a full quarterback room. I know Tommy Reese was his coordinator, but this guy can't play at Alabama. After the show, and once Little T sent out that clip, I had a lot of people that watched it, and they called me from Tuscaloosa and or people that are associated with Alabama, like, I wouldn't go so hard on that, Brownie. That kid's going to be in Tuscaloosa this weekend, and there's a chance he's on this football team, and there is a chance he is the starter. So I was wrong, guys. I completely screwed that one up. I'll own it. But Lance now wants me to play the seesaw game on this guy being the starter. I mean, yesterday I was like, he ain't even going to be on the team.
No.
And now
let's just go him on the team.
Let's do him as a starter too.
Okay. Well,
right.
can we start with him on the
Well,
team?
him on the team right now, I'd go 50-50.
I think it got a lot better.
I don't know what you do with the seesaw at 50-50.
If the reports were accurate that it was 3 teams that were seriously considering Stanford, Alabama, and TCU. TCU was off the table now with Chance Nolan going there. And again, they've already got a starting quarterback, Chandler Morris. Wow. I just got an interesting picture. I'll share it with you.
Okay.
Based on the Ole Miss Morgan Wallen thing.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
Wow. Completely thrown off. So Stanford, Alabama in the mix. You think about the Tommy Rees connection. I will go, this is crazy because I thought Alabama was going to go to the portal because behind the scenes, I don't think Nick Saban is really pleased.
Yeah,
with
but you
where
thought they were going to go to the
quarterbacks
portal for a quarterback you think is better than Tyler Buckner.
Yes. But I was pretty positive they were going to the portal, and now with this and TCU getting Chance Nolan, I'm going to go 60-40. He's on the roster.
So you'd go 60-40. I went 50-50.
Got that extra little piece in
Yeah,
there.
I noticed that. So as the starter now, and I mean, but here's what's complicated. Like, Alabama does not need quarterback depth, Lance. They've got a room full of quarterbacks. They got 4 of them.
Well,
and they're excited about from what I've heard, they really like what they've seen in Lonergan. I think they like Dylan Lonergan's future. Not to say they've given up on Ty Simpson or Holstein, but they like Lonergan from what I've heard. But there's 4 guys in that room right
Here's
now.
my prediction. There's only one guy in that room that's got a decent amount of experience. That's Jalen Milroe.
That's right.
I think Buckner comes in. I think Milroe leaves.
I would agree with you on that. If Buckner comes in, I think Milroe, at minimum, Milroe leaves.
And I saw over, and I forgot who had it in the Coke Zero chat room, but I do think Milroe would be an interesting mix if he was to go to Auburn and play for Hugh Freeze.
I've heard that is a possibility. Yeah. I mean, that if he hits the portal, that Hugh Freeze might be interested.
Can you imagine Jalen Milroe starting for Auburn
in an Iron Bowl
this year?
It'd be phenomenal, wouldn't it?
It really would be.
I mean, what a storyline that would be. So I would go as the starter. I'm still going to play this a little bit low, but it is complicated because if Tommy Rees likes this kid enough for them to go get him out of the portal, you know that is going to come with some transfers. You know you're going to lose players from your room. So why even take that risk if you don't think he's got a good shot at starting, right? Am I wrong in that rationale?
I mean, if I'm one of those guys and I don't believe, look, I've had a bad spring, I don't really think that I have any chance of being the starting quarterback. Yeah, I'm going to look elsewhere.
If Tommy Rees goes to Nick Saban's office and knocks on the door and Saban hits the button and the door opens up and Rees walks in and sits down and says, hey, the kid that played for me at Notre Dame is in the portal now. Nick Saban's first question has got to be, can this kid start for us? Right? I mean, wouldn't you think that's Nick Saban's first question? It's all right, let's look at the film. Can this kid start for us?
I would say that Tommy Rees probably goes back and says, look, we recruited him. We felt like he was going to have a big year. He got injured. I think he is a starting quarterback for championship program.
Okay, Tommy, you're not answering my question. Can he start for us?
Based on what I've seen this spring, yes.
Okay, let's go get him. I mean, wouldn't you think that's the conversation? Because then if Tommy Rees comes back and says, Coach, I don't really know if he can start for us. Doesn't Nick Saban say, well, I got 4 guys that I don't know if he can start for us right now. What do I need 5?
And that's why it's such an important decision because you don't want to run somebody off that's got potential.
That's right.
But I would go back to when Buckner came out. Again, he was number 41 in the ESPN Top 300. He was recruited by Georgia, USC, Michigan, TCU, and Alabama. So Nick Saban knows who this kid is.
Yeah, there's no doubt Saban knows who he is. And they watched.
So I don't think it just comes down to Tommy Rees. I think, look, the relationship with Tommy Rees helps this if, in fact, Buckner does come to Tuscaloosa. But I think Nick Saban is one of those that would also have the tape in front of him. And, you know, obviously he gave him an offer before, so he feels comfortable with this if, in fact, it goes down.
So this is what's complicated. So can I word it this way? If he does transfer to Alabama, can I just word it that way? If he does transfer to Alabama through the portal, Rockstar, I'm going to go 70% he's the starter.
I'll top you. I want a little bit more. I'm going to go 75%.
Wow.
Yeah, and this is going to be maybe the most surprising starter in Nick Saban's tenure.
Now, I don't know if Jeff is directing his Coke Zero chat room comment at us. Funny how Buckner sucked yesterday and now he's going to be at UAT, and he's good again, LOL. That's the exact opposite of what Lance said in the first hour.
Yeah,
now, that may be directed to people in the chat room. I never know. Sometimes in the chat room, I read things that I think are directed at us, but it's actually people arguing back and forth in the chat room.
And I'll just kind of restate what I said earlier. This guy might end up winning a Heisman Trophy if he comes and plays for Tommy Rees and Nick Saban in Alabama. They might win a national championship, but I would bet under 10.5 right now on the win total.
Yeah,
I think Alabama's a 10-2 again if Buckner's your starting quarterback.
I'll say it this way. I'm going to pull back the real quick, though. Rick says, and I've seen a lot of this, and I'll try to confirm this, that he's got no contact in his portal, which means he's requesting schools not to contact him. So that's an indicator that he knows where he's going when he hits the portal.
So why would you just not announce it?
Yeah, well, because I guess he hasn't visited Tuscaloosa until this weekend.
We've talked to people that haven't visited.
Bo Nix never went to Oregon.
Louis Ungalele never went to Corvallis.
Yeah.
There's something about the difficult drives, I guess, to Eugene and Corvallis.
Yeah, I would think so. You were about to say you were saying something else, and I'm sorry, I can't. Dad, coming in, I wanted to come back to it too. No. I was going to say before the show in the next round office there, Lance and I were sitting there. I said, "Hey, by the way, I got to start the show by putting it in reverse, Terry." And you said, "What about?" And I said, after the show yesterday, I had a lot of people I trust reach out to me and say, Tyler Buckner to Alabama is a real thing. And Lance's first response was, he pulls his phone out and goes, "I'm betting the under for this season." That's Lance's first
I just go back, and again, I think this is going to be a better core than Alabama had last year. I think the offensive line's going to be better. I think the receivers have to be better. And I think running back by committee, you've got more depth there. But you had a generational talent in Bryce Young. And Bryce Young, you tell me how many times he pulled things out of his ass, whether it was the Texas game, the A&M game.
He did it for 2 years, basically.
Well, not the A&M game. Was it the A&M game? No.
No. That was Jalen Milroe, actually. That was Alabama's defense. Oh, it was game after game. His whole the Auburn game going back to his first year as a starter in the Iron Bowl.
But I'm just saying, without that type of talent, and you're not going to get that from Buckner. You're just not. You're not going to get that from 99% of the quarterbacks out there. The SEC's getting better, and Tyler Buckner is your starting quarterback. We'll see what happens. Again, I could be completely wrong. You and I both said going into 2019, Joe Burrow was an average quarterback. That's how I feel about Tyler Buckner. He's an average quarterback.
Brody says every program, and I think he means in the SEC, would have taken Sam Hartman over their returning option.
Yeah, even Jaden Daniels.
I think, is probably true. Now, Daniels is the one where you really have to stop and think about it.
That's the only one, though.
Yeah.
But now I would say if Buckner is your starting quarterback, we can go through it, Brown, and I will tell you quarterbacks in the SEC that I would rather have starting over Buckner, just based on the limited sample size that I've seen him.
Hang on. Let's do that real quick. First, can you tell us about Gutter Cap before we do that?
I can. 823-2212. That is the number you need to call. Look, you work all week. The last thing you want to do is clean the gutters out. It's a dirty, dangerous job. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep all that nasty debris out. You'll never clean your gutters again. Call Chris Stewart today. Absolutely free estimate, 205-823-2212. Stop procrastinating. You don't want to do the work. You'll never have to clean the gutters again. 823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
I don't know who the starters are in a lot of these places, obviously.
I get that.
But we'll hit the highlights. Would you take Carson Beck?
I would take Carson Beck.
All right, now this is over Tyler Buckner.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you don't know about Brock Vandegrift. You'd probably take Buckner over him.
Yeah.
You don't know.
I don't know.
Would you take Joe Milton?
Yes.
Would you take Spencer Rattler?
Yes.
Wow. Now, I don't know who the starters are in Kentucky, Florida, Missouri. Devin Leary, that's right, at Kentucky. Devin Leary you would take. Yeah, I forgot about him. I don't know about Florida, Missouri, Vandy. I don't know who's starting.
Florida's probably going to be Graham Mertz.
Yeah,
and
I think
that's
I'd
a push,
Buckner. Yeah.
probably.
Jaden Daniels, I know you would. Ty Simpson or Jalen Milroe?
I mean, you're about to see. If he transfers in, I think that tells you everything you need to know about this situation.
Will Rogers?
I would take Will Rogers.
Jackson Dart?
Jackson Dart, yes.
KJ Jefferson?
KJ Jefferson, yes.
Connor
No. Wegman, yes.
I'm down to A&M and Auburn. Yeah. Connor Wegman, you would?
I would.
I think I'd take Buckner.
I think Wegman's going to be good.
Do you know?
I really do. I do. I think he's going to be the best quarterback they've had since Kellen Mond.
Yeah.
Buckner's no Kellen Mond.
He is no Kellen Mond. Kellen Mond put up some numbers. There's no doubt about it. Robbie Ashford.
No. So I would take, I don't know, what's that, 75% of the quarterbacks?
Felt like it, yeah.
But again, I could be completely wrong.
Wow. It's a fascinating development. We'll see if it happens.
I can't believe Alabama's in this spot. Now, if you would have asked me 3 weeks ago, I would have put hard money down that Ty Simpson was going to be the starting quarterback based on everything that I had heard.
Me too. I don't disagree with you at all on that.
And he still could end up being the starting quarterback.
Maybe he is. I was asked earlier, I think it was Michael. It's going so fast in the Coke Zero chat room, and we appreciate that. Michael asked earlier, did the quarterback that I was talking about yesterday that might enter the portal, has he entered yet? He has not. Again, you're going to know the name when he does. I will come back to you on this show and say this is who I was talking about.
Yeah,
and if he never enters the portal, I'm not going to pretend like, oh, that's the guy I was talking about.
Well, you told me the name.
Yeah.
And I find it really hard to believe.
I kind of do too, but I'm just saying there was a lot of smoke on this one.
Yeah, well, there could be one reason, and obviously we can't get into it until it happens.
Yeah.
And if it does happen, I still would be shocked. But I can think of one reason why it would happen.
A lot of smoke on that one. That's the only reason I said it. A lot of smoke on that. All right, we'll come back on the next round. Todd Fuhrman about an hour and 15 minutes away with a lot of the numbers from the desert here on TNR.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Saturday, April 29th is Legends Day.
Professional football right here in Birmingham.
When your Birmingham Stallions take on the New Orleans Breakers. Get your tickets today and bring the whole family to Protective Stadium and get autographs from Alabama sports legends.
You feel the energy.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10.
Stallions all the way to the house.
Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
We continue on the next round. I meant to bring this up earlier. We just got sidetracked. Michael is mentioning this in the chat room. We obviously, and we've made jokes about it, but we like John Mechie on this show. Mechie, a lot of times showed up with a hood on. Sometimes the camera shot wasn't the best. Sometimes he was a little short with his answers, but he's always been a good kid, a really good player for Alabama, and unfortunate break in the NFL that he had leukemia and was unable to perform his rookie year, but he has been cleared to return to all football activities, which is a really cool story.
Yeah,
We're pulling
awesome
for
to
him.
know.
Yeah.
And he's going to be playing for D'Amico Ryan.
I was about to say, good timing, too. Good timing, obviously.
And he might, if something miraculous happens with Will Levis at number 1 or something crazy goes off at number 1, he could be playing with his former quarterback.
Yeah, what a reunion that would be, right? To have Bryce Young there. So good for him. Good for John Mechie. He has been cleared, and we are so, so happy for him and hope he has a tremendous year this year. Dr. B, under that white hat, as Dunaway would say, is growing back that lion's mane of a hair that Lance has.
I'm actually going to see Dr. B tomorrow.
Are
Excited
you now?
about
We're
that.
going to get an update? We'll know how many more percentages?
I'm going to get an update. Going
All
to see Dr. B tomorrow. The last update I got, I was already 14% thicker. Last couple of days, I have not worn a hat. T3hair.net. Look, if you're starting to thin out, it happens to a lot of us. The older you get, Dr. Beckenstein is the guy you need to go see. Call today. Get that free consultation, 205-319-0316, T3hair.net. Dr. B right now offering Sensus Transdermal Infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training, and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net.
I do not know what to do with Deion Sanders in Colorado. We talked about him yesterday. We talked about him after the spring game. Today is Wednesday. This will be 3 straight days. Deion and Colorado have made the show. And I just don't know how much people – I don't know. I really don't know, man. I don't know what to do with this. It's like a reality show. I think people are interested much in the same way they are watching wrecks in NASCAR or slowing down to rubberneck at a wreck on the interstate. But I don't know that people really care what he's doing on the day-to-day or what Colorado even does this year. I really don't know.
Yeah, well, I would
Maybe
ask
they do.
you, and I know we'll get back into this because how many days out are we now from
college football?
Yeah.
130-ish.
No, I think it's less than that.
All right. I don't have the number in front of me. Lunsford can count.
125-ish.
125-ish? I really don't know.
Anyway, we'll circle back to this. But if you're looking at top storylines heading into the 2023 college football season, just right off the brain here, would you go Deion Sanders in Colorado or Georgia trying to three-peat?
Georgia trying to three-peat because that could actually happen, and it impacts the entire college football world because it's who wins the national championship. By October, Deion and Colorado are going to be a forgotten team.
Yeah.
I think they're going to be 1-4 when they start October.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a rough year in Boulder. But going into the season, I'm more interested to see what this Colorado product looks like. I kind of know what I'm getting with Georgia. I mean, look, you're breaking in a new quarterback, but I'm pretty sure, worst case, if everything breaks the wrong way, they go 11-1 in the regular season.
Yeah.
So I'm used to seeing Georgia dominate, much like we saw Alabama dominate for years. So to me, the more interesting thing to see early on is Colorado.
The only reason Colorado is a story, at the end of the year, like the only reason you would pay attention to them by the end of the year is they play at Utah Saturday, November 25th, last week of the season. And if Utah is really, really good this year and is in the national championship hunt or the Pac-12 hunt and Colorado shocks them with an upset, is the only reason you're even talking about them at the end of the year. Because by the time they get to that game, like I think they're going to show improvement, but they're going to be like a 2-10 type team or a 3-9 type team, and you're just not going to pay attention to that.
Okay, look,
I don't care how entertaining primetime is.
Kenneth Walker ended up being really good for Mel Tucker in his first season, and it led to that massive contract. I thought Michigan State was going to be really bad that year, and they were one of the surprises in college football in year one under Mel Tucker. Look, I think Portal was a little bit different from them. These Colorado numbers are amazing when you talk about 41 guys have gone to the portal. But let's just say that Deion, after a 1-11 season, was able to somehow navigate 6 wins and get to a bowl. Is he considered as a national coach of the year?
He might be the coach of the year. I mean, I wouldn't have no problem with him being coach of the year with that schedule.
I mean, winnable
It's 6
games
wins.
are Nebraska, Colorado State. I'll go Arizona State, Stanford.
All right, there's 4. We got to find 2 more now.
Arizona and Washington State, maybe. I don't know.
I mean,
it seems impossible.
Yeah, that's you winning every winnable game. Like, you can't have a hiccup and win every single winnable game.
And I don't even think some of those are winnable games.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're probably stretching it on some of those. Travis Gray played for him, though. He was at Colorado, and he's the son of a guy from the 1990 national championship team. So this is, I guess, he's a legacy, almost like Colorado football royalty, I guess, on that 90 championship team. Here's what he said Deion Sanders told him. You tell me, is this, in this day and age of football, where you can get paid for your name, image, and likeness, where you can transfer freely, is this brutal or is this fair? All right, here's the quote. He said, he told me, you're 6'8", 320 pounds. I know in my heart of hearts a school is going to pick you up in the portal when you enter it. Make your weaknesses your strengths and keep progressing. I hope you have a great future. It just won't be here at the University of Colorado. Now, that sounds harsh, and he's saying it to a guy that's the son of a Colorado legacy, which you would think those guys probably get a little preferential treatment.
You would think, yeah.
A guy that was on the 1990 national championship team. But, I mean,
how do you have – so he actually wrote a letter?
No, this is what he said. He told him to his face.
Oh, okay.
He's quoting him.
Okay.
You're 6'8", 320. I know in my heart of hearts a school is going to pick you up in the portal when you enter. Make your weaknesses your strengths. Keep progressing. I hope you have a great future. It just won't be here at the University of Colorado.
I don't necessarily have a problem with that.
I don't either.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm Deion Sanders and I know this kid's not going to play for me, why
him an
waste
opportunity
his time?
elsewhere?
Why waste my time? I'll give him an opportunity to play somewhere else.
And by the way, this has been a business for a long time, but it truly is black and white a business now.
No, there's no doubt it is. And he's running it like a franchise, basically.
Well, and most, I talked to somebody that played for Brian Kelly, and they said that he is the ultimate CEO. Now, this kid didn't play for Nick Saban too.
Right.
But I think in today's game, you've almost got to be a CEO.
Well, I don't know. Tommy Tuberville used to get labeled with CEO, and it was a criticism of Tuberville that basically he was kind of hands-off and he was just in the top office. And
yeah, but he was running the used car dealership.
I don't – like, if you tell me a CEO, like, for instance, I was watching a video on Tim Cook, the Apple CEO, and it says he gets up every morning at 3:45 and immediately answers emails. And he's like, the guy generally has 700 emails in his inbox. May not answer them all, but reads as many as he can. And a lot of them are customer feedback. Like, he wants to be personally engaged in the customer feedback. Then he goes and works out. Then he has a breakfast. And then he has meetings all day. And they were describing the meetings that Tim Cook has. Well, that's the CEO. I mean, if that's your definition of CEO, he's letting his people work, but he's like, I am in charge, and it's all going to go through me.
Are Tim Cook's nights and Morgan Wallen's nights a little different?
Probably a bit different.
Yeah, I would think a little different.
I mean, they said basically Tim Cook gets home in time to go to bed. That's not the life I want.
No, but look,
he's driven by it.
That's the life I want my football coach to have.
Oh, yeah, that's what everybody see. Like, everybody's like, oh, I want my football coach to be a family man. I want him to be involved in his church and love God. Look, all those things are nice, but deep down inside, you want your football coach to be a robot that thinks about nothing but football, because that's pretty much how you win this day and age. If you got a coach that ain't thinking about football 24/7, you're probably not playing in the college football playoff. Yep. I mean, if you go look at the coaches in the college football playoff, they're Nick Sabans, they're Kirby Smarts, they're Jim Harbaughs. Sure, you got some Dabo Sweeneys, you do. But they're Ryan Days.
Yeah, but I think
Lincoln
Dabo
Riley's
is much family oriented and his faith based. It still is football first. It's got to be.
It is, yeah. But and that's what I'm saying and that's who people really want as coaches. They can say it any other way, but it's who they really want as coaches. So, I if you tell me that's a CEO, yeah, I'll take that, and I do think that's what Brian Kelly is. All right, in the next hour, we'll get. And there was one more thing on the Deion thing. Maybe we'll get back to it in just a little bit. In the next hour, we got trash. I guess we can finally get that Dunaway vacation update. I've only pushed that back 2 hours now. Lance, we got a new sponsor here. For those, you touched a lot of people when you talked about reaching out and getting some help for your situation, and we got some people that can help everyone that's in our listening audience.
Yeah, look, I mean, I've talked to people that have been in therapy as early as 14, 15 years old, and people like me that had never been in therapy till halfway through their life. Getting to know yourself can be a lifelong process, especially because we're always growing and changing. It's just part of life. Therapy is all about deepening your self-awareness, understanding, because sometimes we don't know what we want or why we react the way we do until we talk through things. And it's always awesome to have somebody to talk to. BetterHelp connects you with a licensed therapist who can take you on that journey of self-discovery from wherever you are right now. Therapy is helpful for learning positive coping skills and how to set boundaries. It empowers you to be the best version of yourself. It isn't just for those who have experienced major traumas. If you're thinking about starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist, and you can switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. So if you don't have that rapport you want, not a big deal. You can switch, again, no additional charge. Discover your potential with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/nextround. Today, you're going to get 10% off for your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/nextround. 10% off that first month. Check it out today.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Spring has sprung, and that means there's no shortage of things to do and places to explore. No matter what these upcoming months may have in store for you, be sure you're doing it in style. At New Balance Birmingham, we provide versatility, comfort, and function that all come together for a combination rivaled by no other shoe. Come find a shoe that fits your lifestyle at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
April showers bring May flowers, but they also bring flood damage to your home or business. If that happens to you, DryTech is ready to help. Call DryTech first, not the insurance company. DryTech responds quickly and has 5 crews ready to work for you. Remember the DryTech number, 205-637-0143, or online at mydrytech.com. Remember, DryTech goes to work for you, not the insurance company. So if you have flood or fire damage to your home or business, call DryTech immediately, 205-637-0143.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Winners of every major championship in golf. Legends to an entire generation of sports fans. This is the region's tradition at Greystone. May 10th through the 14th. Ernie Els, Bernhard Langer, Padraig Harrington, and defending champion Steve Stricker are a few of the golf greats who will be fighting for another shot at history.
I like this matchup, huh? How could you not love this group?
The region's tradition. Buy your tickets today.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Saturday, April 29th is Legends Day.
Professional football right here in Birmingham.
When your Birmingham Stallions take on the New Orleans Breakers. Get your tickets today and bring the whole family to Protective Stadium and get autographs from Alabama sports legends.
You feel the energy.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10.
Stallions all the way to the house.
Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Another hour of The Next Round off and running. Along with Lance Taylor, I'm Ryan Brown. Jim Dunaway still on vacation. Rockstar in the back room back there producing the show with Scott Forrester on video. John Lunsford handling all things computer and brain. He's a simple mind.
He is.
And Tyler is back there as well. We will talk some more college football coming up and NFL draft here this hour, presented as always by Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Great lunch idea off Highway 119 in Alabaster is Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. From those great chicken fingers to the po' boys, Mississippi Delta tamales, great sides, great desserts, great time there at Champy's, champyschicken.com. That is champyschicken.com. I mentioned Dunaway's on vacation. Let's go to the photos, Scott, if we can. So I haven't seen what he sent Lance, and Lance hasn't seen what he sent me. Dunaway is out on a West Coast trip, really in the deserts of Arizona. Wow. Is that what he sent you, that sunrise?
Yeah, that's this morning. He said, we are really not good at making fires, but here's what we're looking at right now.
I don't see a fire.
He said it was 38 degrees, too. Well, I see embers, like it burned out. Do you see kind of to the left? I think that's...
It's like a bird's
nest.
nest.
Okay, I see that now, yeah. I see the sun's reflection there in the center, but you're talking to the left of the pole there. Yeah, if that was a fire... Well, I'd like to have seen Dunaway making a fire.
I would, too.
I think that video would have been...
So much content.
I think that video would have been really, really good. What a beautiful photo he sent you this morning, and a little more desolate than I imagined glamping being. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah. All right, what we got next, Scott? This is Dunaway's vacation. Okay, so this is the great dessert that he had?
Yeah, let me explain what this is.
Okay, because it does look good.
Let me find
I see
this
some
real quick.
strawberry. I see some banana. I see what looks like caramel. I
think you're close to it.
Like
it
a
was
puff pastry of some sort?
He said, I had to take a pic before it was gone. The best all-cap desserts I've ever had. Maggie agreed. She said it was the best ever as well.
Dunaway to say that.
It's a butter cake, salted caramel sauce with fresh banana and strawberries.
I would hit it with.
Oh, I crush it.
Yeah, absolutely. I prefer normal caramel over salted caramel. I don't know why.
And it's got fruit on it, so it's good for you. So
I don't know
good.
why society has gone so heavy on the salted caramel over the normal caramel, but I would absolutely destroy that.
I'm telling you that Jenny's ice cream that I've discovered that I've gained
15 pounds.
I've gained 12 of the 20 back that I lost.
All right, that'll way. Fight back, man.
Yeah, the salted caramel is the best. It is absolutely the best.
It's not. I like the normal caramel over the salted caramel. That's just my opinion. All right, what we got next, Scott? Oh, yeah, so this was what he sent me. We talked about back in the days, we used to joke about opening D&B Steakhouse, and look at the top of that burger.
Oh, wow.
It's branded with D&B.
Dave & Buster's?
I don't know. Surely they wouldn't go on vacation eating Dave & Buster's,
How do you bite that?
That's a big burger,
You gotta
isn't
unhinge
it?
your jaw.
Yeah. That is a big old burger.
Dylan Brooks opened a burger joint.
Big burger. That's a John Holmes pickle. I mean, my gosh, where'd they grow that thing? It's bigger than the plate.
It is. That is. I think that's going to be a 4. I don't know. As I look across to Maggie's Burger, also large.
Yeah,
that is a big old pickle.
I mean, those look delicious, but they're too big.
Yeah.
Like, I would rather attack a skinny burger.
Well, we've got a sandwich shop here nearby that sometimes has been freaky fast. And because it is so close to our studio, I signed up for the rewards program because you occasionally get free things, right? And not long ago, I went through the drive-thru and got a sandwich. I entered my phone number, and they're like, oh, you got a free pickle. And
hell yes.
It's like, oh, good. I've come 20 straight times and I've got a pickle.
Yeah,
a little slice of a pickle.
Yes, thank you.
I've never had a free pickle, though.
Yeah, I mean, so they're like,
was that a first for you?
Yeah, I mean, I want a pickle. I mean, they've given me a free bag of chips before, maybe a free drink. I've never gotten a free sandwich. I don't know how.
Look at you! You just earned an extra mustard pack. There you go, buddy.
I don't know how often I have to go to get a free sandwich, but I've gotten the free pickle, and they were like, "Would you like it quartered?" And I was like, man, if you can quarter it, that is a big old pickle.
If you could throw it right in that trash can, that'd be great.
No, I like a pickle.
Yes.
So I get it. That freaking pickle was massive.
Yeah, I don't want a pickle that I've got a palm.
I mean, it really was. It was like the one you used to get at the ballpark. You remember where they used to have to get the
jar,
the tongs out of the jar.
The kid put his fingers in it.
Yeah, I mean that's how big that pickle was. I mean, and my jaws, my mouth starts watering. My jaws hurt just thinking about it.
There are pickle people and people that hate pickles.
I like pickles.
There's really no in between. But what's weird is I like pickles too a lot. I don't like cucumbers though.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about cucumbers. Like, I wouldn't just throw them off a dish. But
the other night, I ordered a salad and I was like, no cucumbers.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about them, but I will eat them. It's not something like I'm hard and fast. Absolutely not. Will not eat cucumbers.
Yeah, I just can't believe the pickle comes from the cucumber.
It's pickled cucumbers. All it is, yeah. Thanks for clearing that up, Ryan. You're welcome. audience. What is this, Rockstar? Whoa. Scott's just randomly showing video now. I don't even know what we're getting here.
Yeah, so they
is that
sent
Maggie?
me. Yeah, this was like Devil's Peak or something. I don't know. She looks very happy, though.
She does. Look at Maggie smiling. God, that's gorgeous.
I mean, that
I
looks
think
like
it's so weird. Why is he sending it to you?
I don't know.
Why
Why
not
just you,
Taylor?
Lance? Does he think you're struggling with something and he's trying to cheer you up?
Maybe. Possibly, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I was supposed to go on vacay next week, and I don't. Is it next week? Yeah, and I don't think I'm going now. So maybe he's trying to cheer me up.
Maybe he is. Well, that's awful nice of Jim.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go. Dunaway vacation update on Wednesday. He'll be back with us on Monday. The lock will be coming up later on. We're about to talk about these NBA playoff games just real quick. The lock will be coming up later on, perhaps on one of these 4 NBA playoff games.
Yeah,
tonight.
I'm looking into stuff right now. I kind of like all 4 of these games tonight.
Do you now? All right. Well, we may get a lean from LT on one of these games coming up. The lock, though, will be coming up a little bit later on from our friends at Hemp Hill. That's who brings you the lock every single day.
Yeah, and remember, Hemp Hill Services right now, the changing weather is here. People are running that AC, and you want to make sure it's running right. And our friends at Hemp Hill Services, they can hook you up right now. They're offering a $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent Train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now, 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
I like our guy changing light bulbs behind Lance there during the read. Clarence up there on the ladder changing some light bulbs here.
Dude,
in the hallway.
that guy works.
Brown channeling his inner Dunaway.
No, I did like it. No. Dunaway would have been all like passive aggressive.
Well, just changing light bulbs in the middle of the show.
Couldn't do that till 1 o'clock.
I love me some Sam back in the day, but Sam seemed like he was just kind of cruising around the building. This man is always working on something.
Ain't no doubt, yeah.
Smuff says mayo is good, not to the levels that LT loves it, but it's good on the right fit.
Yeah, mayonnaise. Love it. If you rid the world of mayonnaise right now, I'd be just fine.
I'd be upset. I love it.
I'll give it a free plug. They've never advertised with us, but Paramount Downtown, I absolutely love it. And they've got like signature hot dogs and burgers. And Brown, you've been there with me before.
I have. I like it.
But I ate there this past weekend, and you order basically the burgers and the hot dogs don't come with a side, but you can order a basket of fries, and really it's for the whole table. But that basket of fries, they're shoestring fries.
I like
best
shoestring
kind.
fries.
And they come with garlic mayonnaise to
that
dip
garlic
it in.
mayonnaise is
Yeah,
insane.
hard pass on that for me. I'd rather just when I go, I say, can you bring me a thing of barbecue sauce to dip these fries?
And they just give you you scoop a whole thing of salted caramel.
Ugh.
It's just.
I mean,
since we were showing pictures,
why can I not have likes and desires, right?
And we've got the salt. Do we have my video from Late Made Me Dinner last night?
I have to send it to Scott.
Okay.
Well, you can play it. Do we want sound?
But Layton was so
Yeah.
sweet. She came over and she cooked dinner for me and the boys last night, and it was a really good pasta meal. She's got this sauce that she does. It's a vodka. I don't want to call it a marinara. It's a red sauce.
Yeah, it's a vodka sauce.
But she does half and half in it, and it is delicious. But she wanted me to try it out before we actually before she served it.
Yeah. Well, while Rockstar pulls that up, let's run through these games real quick.
Let's do it.
NBA TV, Knicks, Cavs. Knicks trying to close this thing out. You like the way they're playing right now, especially Julius Randle, who's averaging a double-double in this.
Yeah, Julius has still got a little banged-up ankle right now.
Yeah.
More so, Jalen Brunson's been great. Josh Hart's been great. R.J. Barrett. It's been all guard play for the Knicks. Knicks are playing at another level right now. And I'm just surprised that we haven't seen the Donovan Mitchell that we saw in the past with the Jazz. I think Donovan Mitchell shows up tonight. I think Mitchell has a big game here.
That is NBA TV, by the way, for that one. Also in the East, Heat at Bucks, as the Bucks are trying to stave off elimination in Milwaukee. Also on NBA TV, Jimmy Butler has been unstoppable this postseason.
Yeah, and I don't know what you do about Butler. It's one of those things where you maybe just let Butler get his, and then Giannis is going to have a big game. Chris Middleton needs to show up. Fully expect the Bucks. I would be borderline shocked if they lose this game at home. They're opened at minus 11. They're up to a 12-point favorite. They will win this game. There's no way Jimmy Buckets can continue to play at the level he played the other night.
Lakers, Grizzlies, your Lakers trying to close this series out in 5 games.
Yeah, I don't think they do it. I think it's going to be a really good game tonight in Memphis, but Bane played really well for Memphis last game. You go back, Ja Morant
played extremely well in Game 3, and they still got the loss. But I think Memphis bounced back, wins this game.
Bain?
Yeah, Desmond Bain.
No, I know. I just when you say that, I think of that guy that blew up Pittsburgh in the.
It was Gotham City.
Yeah, so it's Pittsburgh. Steelers fans to the exit. Was it Hines Ward was outrunning it though, right?
He was, man. He scored a touchdown. The earth was crumbling below him.
Yeah, he could barely catch Hines Ward. Also, the late game, 9 o'clock tonight, TNT. This has been the most fascinating first-round series to me. Warriors at Kings. Big story here. Warriors having to play on the road. They're 11-30 on the road this year in 41 attempts. In the regular season, they were 11-30. And De'Aaron Fox is the other story. How healthy is he tonight?
Yeah, he's going to play. You know, he was listed as doubtful yesterday. He said he was going to play last night, so he's still questionable. He will play in Game 5. It's very interesting, though, because Golden State is a 1.5-point favorite on the road. Sacramento at home, better than Golden State. We've already seen that. But it really comes down to the health of De'Aaron Fox. It's one of the reasons I'll stay away from this game.
Right, just because you don't know.
Yeah, I liked Sacramento in this series having home court advantage, but I just don't know how effective De'Aaron Fox is going to be.
I mean, Golden State's a 2-point favorite on the road, which says something because they've been an awful road team this year. And to be favored 2 in Sacramento.
Yeah.
That says a lot. I didn't give you the other lines. Memphis favored 4 at home over the Lakers in the East games. Milwaukee actually favored 12. Is that right?
Milwaukee, yeah. It's just said it opened 11 and went to 12.
I mean, the Heat are trying to close this thing out, and they're a 12-point dog. That just looks weird.
You know, this playoff is littered with Kentucky Wildcats because we're talking about De'Aaron Fox.
I was thinking about that the other day, watching that.
Devin Booker has become the best player on the Suns, better than Durant. Now, look, I know a lot of this is, if you've been watching this series, there's so much focus, or there was so much focus from the Clippers on slowing Durant down. Durant still got his, but it left Devin Booker in a lot of one-on-one situations, and he had a lot of space, and the kid just doesn't miss.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking like, you know.
But Jamal Murray was really good last night. Karl Anthony Towns, when Minnesota was in those games.
In the 80s, when you watched NFL games, Miami football players were everywhere. Guys that played at the University of Miami, all over the field. You know, this day and age, you see a lot of Alabama players in the NFL. That, I mean, the numbers tell you that Ohio State players have always been all over the NFL. I was thinking that last night when I was watching highlights, how often a Kentucky player is mentioned.
It's all over the place.
In the Cal era.
Yeah.
And there again, how many national championships they have?
He's got one, and you are going to feel a little shorted. You know, much like USC and Pete Carroll. The difference is, you know, Pete got 2, should have gotten a 3rd if it wasn't for an incredible performance from Vince Young. Kentucky, I don't know what would have happened in 2020. I still go back to that De'Aaron Fox team where Luke May hit that shot at the end in the Elite Eight. I still think Kentucky would have won the national championship. So they've been really close, but if I'm a Kentucky fan, not enough.
Before we do more food here, and you know nothing derails this show like food discussions, and I don't even know, does this need a language warning?
No.
Okay. All right. I just didn't know. I was going to, people consuming us at work. I was going to give them a little language warning there. Hey, Dunaway, he talks about this all the time when he's here, what his current weight is. After looking at that dessert and that big old burger rock star, I'm going to say, Brown, unfortunately, I added weight, 193.468.
Oh, because he's going to be thinking, I'm hiking, and I'm going to be losing it. I'm canceling to eat all this out.
Yeah, you can't can't out-exercise a really bad diet.
That's right. 193.468 today, Brownie. Way to Wellness, though, has got Journey on that, or Dunaway on that journey to healthy living. They can get you on that same journey. It is not a cookie-cutter plan. It is designed for you, and it is overseen by board-certified professionals. No contract, no sign-up fees, a free consultation. They want to make it as easy as possible. Leslie and the gang there at Way to Wellness. Dunaway will tell you often they saved his life. It wasn't just losing weight. He lost 45 pounds, but it was also getting blood pressure and cholesterol back in check and becoming a healthier person. So go to this website to get started, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's where you get started at Way to Wellness, your journey for healthy living, Way to Wellness, aplanforme.com. All right, set this up, LT.
Okay, so again, last night the kids came over, and Leighton wanted to cook dinner. I was very excited about that. And she does a special pasta. It was really good. It was like a 3-cheese ravioli.
But the topper is the vodka sauce she's able to make. It is incredible. It can't be healthy. She doesn't make a lot, and I'm one of those guys. I like a lot of sauce on my pasta. I don't know about you. Do you?
Yes, I do. I like a heavy sauce.
Yeah, I like to go overboard on the sauce.
I'm with you.
You know, she's cooking.
I don't
it
want
up.
a single piece of pasta that doesn't have sauce on it.
I'm right there with you.
Yep.
Like I want to paint them corner
That's
to
right.
corner.
Absolutely.
But in the pan, it was just a little bit of liquid, and I'm like, you don't have enough in there. She's like, trust me, this. It's so strong and so rich, you just don't need a lot of it. So she brings me and I'd had it before, and it's fantastic, but she brought me a spoonful to taste before she actually plated our dinner last night, and here's what she did.
I'm going to get you to review it. Here.
I had a pulled pork sandwich last night.
Look at the kids lay back. It's fantastic. Fantastic.
What'd they do?
So what happened on the top was
Your face.
the
I know,
regular
the look.
consistency and the sauce. It tasted normal and it was great. She put a complete spoonful of salt on the bottom.
Ooh, God, and you hate salt too.
Well, salt's awful. It's just a spoonful.
So
Oh,
you
it was-
sip the top of it, and then you go full bore. And you get salt.
Yeah, I had to go straight to the sink.
Yeah.
Did Jace get him a pulled pork sandwich yesterday?
He did. He was asking me about the mini bottle of champagne. You know, we had the gift bags at the Alamite when we went the other day.
That's right, from the Rise Foundation. Very nice of them to do that.
The mini bottle of Prosecco, and I had put it in the fridge, and he's like, you can hear him in the background.
Yeah.
Play that one more time.
No, that was
Lucky.
my favorite part of it. It was the pulled pork sandwich update. Just an announcement. That's all it is. I had a pulled pork sandwich the other day.
No,
really?
because he works at Walk-Ons, and that pulled pork sandwich
it's
is
good.
underrated. But
It's very good.
It's almost too big for me, though.
It's very big, but it is also
But
good.
Jace gets it a lot, so here we go.
I'm going to get you to review it. Here.
I had a pulled pork sandwich last night.
It's fantastic. Fantastic.
That look. It is right there on his lips, dude. Oh, that's so good. I like her getting you. And I like a pulled pork sandwich last night.
And kid, I've said this. So young Cord turned 1 actually yesterday, right?
He did. Yesterday was his birthday.
It's great photos too. My wife and Anna Kate were looking at it.
Such a cute kid, and Layton's always around Cord. I mean,
yeah, they absolutely love him. Like he had his first year checkup today to see if we can go on milk and off formula. Finally, we finally got that news, and she's asking Nancy how it went and everything. So they're super involved. They're absolutely in love with that kid.
yeah, and look, and I don't like to rush time, and I talked about this yesterday on the Next Round Cocktail Hour. But I wasn't, when my kids were that young, it just, I couldn't relate. It was really weird. So my point is, now that I've got the boys laying around and I've got Layton making dinner, it's just awesome.
Well, I'll do a video myself. How about that? Last night was one of those things. It's a turning moment. It's the laughter has begun.
That is so good.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. All you got to do is blow on their stomach.
So he's
and
got
they
a
just cackle.
personality.
Yeah. Yes, he thinks because when he sneezes, he's like his mom. He double sneezes every time. Is a double sneeze, and so I'll mimic him, and he thinks that is probably the funniest thing in the entire world. So we were changing him last night, getting ready for bed, and I started doing this. This is about 5 minutes in, so he is exhausted. Like this, is like where your abs hurt. You're laughing so hard. I could tell he is just exhausted. And I'll get the clip while y'all vamp on.
I think
tell us about somebody.
most people are two sneezers, right?
I've never been a two sneezer.
Yeah, mine are separated though. Like I don't go hachu hachu.
I mean, it's back to back, both of them.
Yeah, I think I'm a two sneezer most of the time. I try not to sneeze, especially when I have my tonsils
You
done.
try not to.
Yeah, I was told if I sneeze, there's a good chance I blow the tonsils up.
During after tonsils.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. Yeah,
But I still don't like to sneeze anyway.
I love to sneeze.
Hadn't you heard me? Like I seriously cuss after I sneeze.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, you and Lunsford are great ends of the spectrum.
Lunsford sneeze. I mean,
it's the loudest I've ever heard.
It's the loudest ever. It pills the paint.
Lunsford, are you a snorer too?
That would be correct.
Okay, I'm no longer a snorer after the tonsils.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Quit snoring, huh?
Yeah.
Get your
I
coin.
think.
Yeah, we're doing
I still
rolling.
have mine. Gotta get them cut out, I guess.
Yeah, time. You better do it now.
It's not that bad. It's really not.
Not gonna believe that.
Sure didn't look that way.
Yeah, Rusty's right. I hate it when you get the multiple sneezer because the first time they sneeze, you go bless you, and then they do it again. You're like, well, I said it once, I got to say it again, and then they do it 3 times. You're like, okay,
just
I'm done.
don't.
Yeah, I mean, I've blessed you. You're out.
But the multiple sneezer's a lot better than the multiple hiccuper.
Well, I mean, you can't help either one.
No, but my buddy Preston, when he eats something hot, he hiccups, and it's all night. And I'm like, Jesus, enough. Don't eat anything hot.
When we return, it'll be time for trash. We'll take it down that road. Lance likes to take it down every single day. Trash is next on the next round.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour. 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
You could win a Ford Bronco or your share of $25,000 cash during the Birmingham Racecourse Casino's Bronco and Bucks giveaway. Come play the latest, most exciting games around. With fun bonuses and big jackpots, you could win a Ford Bronco or your share of $25,000 cash. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 5th and 6th at Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Saturday, April 29th is Legends Day.
Professional football right here in Birmingham.
With your Birmingham Stallions take on the New Orleans Breakers. Get your tickets today and bring the whole family to Protective Stadium and get autographs from Alabama sports legends.
You feel the energy.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10.
Stallions all the way to the house.
Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Some Alabama basketball scheduling news from Jeff Goodman. Goodman Hoops on Twitter covers college basketball for Stadium, Field of 68. You've seen him on ESPN, Fox over the years. The 2023 Emerald Coast Classic Basketball Tournament, which is Thanksgiving weekend of this year at Raider Arena on the campus of Northwest Florida State College. I'm not terribly familiar with this, but here are 4 of the teams that are in this tournament. I mentioned Alabama. They will be joined by Ohio State. Very disappointing year for the Buckeyes this year.
What a weird campus to play this
Yeah,
on.
I don't know. I mean, you know, you see a lot of those, like the one that's played down in the Bahamas is in a ballroom.
Yeah.
That they convert to a basketball
Weirdest
arena.
lighting I've ever seen for a basketball game.
The one that's played in Maui, that looks like the main gym there in Maui might hold 1,000 people,
It looks
maybe.
like a high school gym.
I mean, it's a high school gym, so a lot of times they're small gyms. I was trying to remember, like when I was a kid, the Great Alaskan Shootout seemed like it wasn't a bigger arena up there. I can't remember that.
I just remember that was always late night.
Oh, it was. I remember a late Friday night. You know,
that was
you're
a
watching
great tournament,
Duke
though.
play UConn in Anchorage, Alaska.
That was actually my favorite tournament over the Maui.
I agree. Alabama, Ohio State, who had a disappointing year, Oregon, who was in the NIT, and Santa Clara Those are 4 teams that are in this thing. So that's part of Alabama's basketball schedule, which is starting to take form a little bit. It is going to be a fairly challenging schedule. Creighton, Arizona, and perhaps you will play Ohio State or Oregon. They're in the Emerald Coast Classic Basketball Tournament. That is according to Jeff Goodman. My home, when we bought it, had a bathroom that was a little bit outdated. We just did not like it, just to be 100% honest with you. And my wife and I wanted to update it, but we put it off and we put it off and we put it off for years. And finally, Jennifer said at the end of last year, hey, we're getting that done in the first few months of 2023. So she got online to try to find who would do it the best. And she read a lot of reviews. She reached out to customers. She talked to a lot of people. And she finally found Brad Bell, A+ Tile Home Remodeling. A+ Tile Home Remodeling. Brad came to our house. He bid the job out. We were so impressed with him from the start, and we never quit being impressed with him. His crew worked in an efficient time window. They did great work. They kept it clean. We never had a single hiccup. Exactly what he said he would do, he did, and that is hugely important. And one of the things he told me when he was bidding our job out is there are a lot of these one-day bathroom remodels where they just come in and slap a shower over the existing shower, which sounds disgusting, by the way. But you think because it's one day, you're going to get a better price. And he said he routinely sees bids twice his, estimates twice his, and you're getting lesser quality. That makes no sense at all. If you are in the sound of my voice from Huntsville to Mobile, from Anniston to Tuscaloosa, he can help you anywhere in the state of Alabama. 205-422-1758. That's his cell number. If you miss it, reach out to me. I had a Jocks coworker of ours, a Cumulus Birmingham coworker of ours who watches the show and had seen me talking about Brad Bell and reached out to me last night, so he's about to book him for a job. And I said, you're welcome. Thanks for enjoying the next round. 205-422-1758, 205-422-1758. Brad Bell, A+ Tile Home Remodeling. He did a great job with us, as you can see in the photos there. Rockstar's baby Cord turned 1. Rockstar makes us laugh all the time on the show, and it doesn't stop when he gets home. Here's little Cord laughing at his goofy father.
Just to set it up, when he has to when we change him for bed, it is the worst time of night for him. So
really?
He loses his ever-loving mind.
What's he not like about it?
And he doesn't like to be changed. Doesn't like to be on his back. So he just loses his mind. And so usually I have to lay with him and put up Paw Patrol on my phone or something like that to kind of calm it. But that gives his attention about 20 seconds, and then he goes back to freaking out. So last night he was crying, and he sneezed. But he does a double sneeze, and so I impersonated him sneezing, and he just started losing his mind laughing. And so this is about 2.5, 3 minutes later that Nancy's like, I got to record some of this. So we kept going. So you can see he sighs with me. He just starts going, ah. You can just see he is beyond out of breath. Okay, that's enough.
Boy, he's got some teeth on him, too. Is he already eating grilled cheese?
Got them choppers.
He's got those 8 front teeth, and that's it.
Yep. Man, that is a good laugh. And he's got to be exhausted. You know how bad his abs must have hurt after that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, he was like, that was only 30 seconds of like 6 minutes straight. Like, I was like, we got to stop. His head's gonna explode.
Yeah, fantastic. Go to bed with a good attitude. I like that. He probably had great dreams last night. I had a bad Miami Dolphins dream. That's my third one of the offseason. Not bad. My third Dolphins dream of the offseason. And he probably had great dreams.
I had a weird dream. I was on a huge cruise line that was sinking, and I was trying to get off of it, but I was on there for days, and I was with some random people.
That is a slow sink.
But I was walking out, and so it was like waist deep, and then I noticed there were sharks all over the place.
Well,
yeah. I mean, I cannot win here.
So I had to get out of there.
Yeah. All right, Rockstar, reach over there and hit that big old fat button. It's time for trash.
Well, shit. What are y'all doing? This is awful. It's still March. How many days in March?
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, let the experts at Mortgage Right help get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything 2023 may bring, including freeing up cash for the things you need to get done. With locations in Birmingham and Leeds, Mortgage Right offers a variety of loan products, fast and free pre-approvals, and reliable hands assistance that will help you take advantage of all available home buying and refinance options. With Mortgage Right, no middleman. You can trust that your files will never leave their office. Take control today. Visit Mortgage Right at their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start first. I had never heard of a vampire straw. You?
First time I heard of it as well.
Vampire straw, where like I stick it in the skin and drink the blood through the straw?
No.
Oh, okay.
That's
What's for laughing at? Like I'm supposed to know what a vampire
I'm not
straw.
a big biter. I like to put it in your neck with the vampire straw.
26-year-old man facing charges after police say he attempted to bring a self-defense item known as a vampire straw through airport security in Boston on Sunday. Now, around 5:40 p.m. Sunday, police were called because the Transportation Security Administration said they had found a titanium vampire straw inside of a pouch in a passenger's backpack. There's what it looks like right there. Now, the vampire straw is both a drinking straw and a self-defense item that can be carried in a cup without attracting attention, according to police. Now, designed for self-defense, vampire straw is super tough and long enough to be used like a dagger. Its chiseled tip is sharp enough to puncture most synthetic materials. So I had a guy that came to do my dishwasher. He came
thought
to
he was a
install
vampire?
it.
You think he's a vampire?
When I went to sign the paper when he was leaving, I was telling him how much I liked his pen because of the weight on it.
That's a good weighty pen right there.
Well, I like good weight on glasses and pens and things like that. And he said, well, you know what else this can be used for? He's like, I take it on planes all the time. He's like, you can kill people with this.
Oh, really? Cool. Because I need that, yes.
Yeah, but he showed me, and I was like, oh, yeah. He's like, if you hit somebody in the throat with this or you hit them in the eye, he was like, it's lights out.
Goner, yeah.
But I started looking at it, and I was like, damn, this thing is a weapon.
But you can also sign this contract right here. And, so do I have to, I mean, I have to take it apart, obviously, but to stab someone, I don't?
Nope.
So just the pen in its normal state, I can kill somebody with it.
Ready to roll.
Ready to roll. That's what it's called. It's a rolling pin.
A homeopathic doctor from India has devised a way to keep his car cool against the growing heat. Suchet Cigar, who is currently posted at the Curie Civil Hospital, has plastered his car with cow dung.
That's right. Why would you not want to do that?
While explaining his approach to a news agency, the doctor went on to say, quote, it often happens in summer that the sheet of the top of the car draws heat, increases the temperature inside of the car. By applying cow dung coating, the inside temperature of the car does not rise. The heat that is felt while sitting inside the car during summer is avoided with this. I will tell you this, I would rather get in that hot car where you get kind of dizzy for a minute.
Yeah. You know, I used to.
He's got his headphones ready to go, though.
Yeah, I used to not get used to talk about this back in the old radio days. How sometimes in the middle of the summer when that car is just piping hot, you like to go just sit in it for a second before you fire it up.
Was that me and you too?
No. I used to not, but there are days this studio is so cold, and people always are like, "Why do y'all have on hoodies or whatever?" Y'all cannot imagine how cold the studio gets sometimes in this building. And I like cold. I'd far rather be cold than hot. But there are some days in the summer where I'll go sit in my car for a minute. And I got a black car, black interior, so it's a hot car.
I love it.
Did you ever...
I'll defrost just for a second.
It seems like it was an 80s or 90s thing. Take the thing that goes across, the cardboard piece that goes across your windshield.
I still see people that use those visors.
I will never forget, we had a sales manager in radio, a guy named Lenny Frisaro, which is one of the nicest people in the world. And
still listens to the show, by the way.
I love Lenny to death. And he used to do that every day. I think he drove a Beamer. And he'd park that Beamer in the parking lot. And he'd pop out that little tinfoil thing, it looks like, and block off the windshield. I have never had one of those.
I haven't either.
But
I've never been deterred by. I've got black. No, I've got red interior.
I always go dark interior.
I typically have black.
Yeah, I really like a dark interior.
Oh, if you love snapping selfies, this is for Dunaway when you go on vacation, then Portofino might not be the best place to visit. If you're wondering why, well, the town on the Italian Riviera has imposed new rules that may affect your holiday photos.
Looks
Beautiful
phenomenal.
town.
Look at that.
Look at that yacht.
Yeah. Lunsford's will be there next.
Now, Portofino is one of the most colorful towns in Italy, as it introduced no waiting zones to stop tourists from lingering in popular beauty spots from taking pictures, according to the BBC. Taking selfies could land you a fine of up to $300. Now, according to the BBC, the new rules have been imposed because these areas have become extremely busy, while many tourists gathering at peak times during the holiday season. The mayor of Portofino claimed that tourists were responsible for chaos, quote, chaos, by blocking streets and resulting in traffic jams when stopping to take pictures. This is a problem because I think if you pay to go on vacation, you should be able to take some pictures, right?
Well, I guess it's just same thing with like being in Dallas at Dealey Plaza. It is on the main road, and there are people that just run across where the X is, where Kennedy got shot, and take pictures. And cars are literally coming 40 miles an hour, and they have to run and get their shot, and it's nonstop doing peace signs and stuff like that. So it's just I think they're talking about the nuisance.
I was told that they have to, like, the Dallas Police or Department of Transportation or whatever went on the road and they would pull the X up because it's not the people put it there. It's not like the city has put it there. And it would just, they put it back so many times they just finally gave up, and they're like, well, somebody's going to get hit. But there's a stoplight, and people run out once the traffic stops, and they make all their photos, and people wait and get their photos. But then once the light lets go, you're like, okay, I've still got time, and cars are having to stop in the road.
I mean, there's places like this all over the world. I would think, though, in Portofino right there, based on the sizes of those two yachts, that a Peroni's going to cost you $18.
Probably so, and I doubt there are. I mean,
I would Olive Gardens all over the place.
That's Tuscany, man.
Well, it's still Italy.
Some beautiful water.
It really is. I'd love to go there.
I would love to go too.
You know, some people though, like there was a couple taking a selfie at Talladega, and I was like, hey, if you would like for me to take your photo, I'll be happy to do it. And they're like, no, we'd prefer it be a selfie. I was like, all right. It's probably looking better than what I was.
Another place.
But I mean, that's just weird. Like we wanted to be a
get
selfie.
away.
Again, all over the world, and you bring up, Dallas. I saw our friend Brittany Decker was in London last week. And she took
running a marathon, I assume.
Yeah, she was. Took the picture of walking across Abbey Road. But how many people take that picture?
Oh, there's no doubt. You get
Non-stop.
4 people. Yeah.
I think if I ever go to Pisa, that Leaning Tower of Pisa, I'm going to get a shot. It's going to be a distant shot of looking like I'm holding it up.
That's right. That's smart.
Do you get what I'm doing, though?
Yeah.
I think it's funny as hell.
Yeah.
Or if you have it like coming out between your legs.
See, that's another good idea. Or out my butt.
Have you ever seen anybody do that?
Bending down. Okay, a third of people wish they had better running style, which didn't leave them so self-conscious that 1 in 5 Brits thinks the way they run makes them look stupid, according to new research. And the research is from Jack Links, by the way, which is a little strange. That was
a dead hit.
A tenth say their arms have a life of their own and flail around when they run, while 8% identify themselves as a foot slapper, heavy on their feet with no natural spring. Almost half of those surveyed have said the Mickey taking out of the way they run by those around them. What is the Mickey?
I don't know.
No, it's something British. But 24% of the nation reckon they could manage a 10K, with that percentage dropping to just 15% for a marathon. I don't think 24% of the nation could run a 10K.
I don't really know what I look like when I run. Don't really care. I'm sure it's not like, I probably do not look like Usain Bolt when I'm running. I'm going to guess. But excuse me, I've just never really given that a whole lot of thought.
I really
you?
don't care.
Yeah.
Every now and then I'll see like somebody that really stands out with a weird running style. I don't really think about it much.
Yeah, I mean, I think I run close enough to normal that I'm not going to look crazy, but I honestly don't know.
Okay, well, in trash today on more things old people say on Facebook. Brian, you ready?
Give me a second real quick.
Rockstar's going to open those up, and if you're watching us on video, you'll see those. If you're just listening to us, we will read them. These are what old people say on Facebook. I will start first here. Lance, bakey dose bagels, period, take, period, full bag of 8, the everything bagel and try, period. One of the jalapeno bagel, period. Jalapeno is a tough word to spell. Then I was stop where, period, cheese cream place.
How drunk is this person
My
that posted
gosh,
this?
it's old, man. They're old.
But just,
I don't even know.
Is it a good review? Is it a bad review?
When you do the laughy face like that, I mean, you got to open that filter.
There's a lot of people that said they have that laughy face thing that's something like, my cousin died. They just don't know how to.
Yeah, they don't know what they're doing. Yeah.
All right. There's a bird feeder for sale. I think I got one wrong pick.
Okay, so we got the bird feeder, which more so
$5
looks like the old school mosquito zapper.
I used to love those things, the bug zapper.
It's for $5, and you'll see there, I don't know what that foot is. It looks like he's turned his ankle 15 times and then died.
I mean, my gosh.
That's one of the worst looking feet I've ever seen.
Yes. Well, first of all, I mean, it seems like a Facebook post for a $5 bird feeder is a lot of effort to get $5. That's number one. Number two, why your foot foot photo is up there. I have no idea.
I would never unsheath a sock if my foot looked like that.
That's rough. All right, so here's a birthday wish. Is anyone missing a tabby cat without a collar on? If so, I have bad news. There's a dad cat by Walmart by the stop sign laying on the grass, and it's up for a photo of a happy woman on a birthday.
Yeah. Oh my gosh!
I mean, I love how you get baited in at the start. Anybody missing a cat? Oh, that's us.
It's like
Oh boy, do I have some bad news.
I was driving on 65 today. There's a dog without a collar, dead. If that's yours, he's dead.
Yeah.
And what does that mean?
Are you missing a dog? Yeah, I am. Well, he's dead.
This one, please, FO, not contact about boat. I will contact. I think an attorney, attorney general.
The attorney general.
Yeah, only selfing gold clubs. Thanks.
So it's a guy, I think he's only selling golf clubs, and he has a picture, and everybody's wanting to put money on the boat.
Because the dummy put a boat photo on there?
He's also going to tell the attorney general.
The chick in the front looks like the girl that was on The Killing.
She does.
In 20 years.
World War
Muriel
Z.
Ennis, I
Yeah,
think is
she's
her name.
World War Z. I can't remember.
Yeah,
what
but
else
she's, you know what she's in now is Lucky Hank. Have you watched any of it?
No, I didn't even heard of it.
It's the new Bob Odenkirk.
Is it good?
I watched first episode. I don't know. It got great reviews. I thought the first episode was okay, but.
Here is a response to a Facebook post. Funny, I've been asleep most of the afternoon. My laxatives decided to start working at 6 a.m. this morning. I was going to redo our itinerary today, but can't be bothered. A tomorrow job. I've sorted a few clothes out. At least it's a start.
Kiss.
Yikes. My laxatives decided to start working at 6 a.m.
Damn.
Yeah,
well, you're shot for the whole day.
Pretty much tied to the bathroom at that point, it appears. Yeah.
This one, a Facebook post. It says, Meg A.N. Fox naked. And then the under replies are 3 question marks, and then this isn't Google.
Dad.
Dad's
trying to
laughing
get
emoji.
No, it was a joke.
Megan Fox naked? Hilarious.
There's a mirror.
All right, what is a Passapeagle?
I think this is a person selling a vintage mirror or something like that.
A vintage mirror.
That's one thing is hard to do when you're selling a mirror is taking a picture of the mirror.
That's right. And they don't realize, apparently, that their image is in the mirror. And did they put on pants for this? No, I'll just do it in my panties.
And am I seeing mismatched Crocs?
I think you are, yes. Mismatched.
Well, I don't want to not have shoes on for this picture.
Wow. Hey, go up. Let me scroll in. I mean, is that just panties? Are they just in panties?
Yeah. Granny panties.
Unbelievable.
That ain't Carrie Underwood.
No. Yeah, Sunday Night Football's not starting, is it? We're not about to kick the Bears-Vikings.
Is that it?
That was it.
Oh, man, those are good.
I love the Megan Fox the more I think about that. So the old man tried to Google using Facebook.
Yeah,
Correct.
it's your status update. Like you're going to Twitter, like your status update, and he thinks it's a search bar for pornography.
Megan Fox naked.
Fox naked.
Could you ever look at Dad the same?
No.
It would be different if it was David Duchovny naked or something like that.
Oh, wow. Rockstar.
Sorry. He's an X-File guy.
That is Trash, presented by Mortgage Rights.
Yeah, if you're buying a home, it's a major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right who do mortgages the right way. Locally owned and operated. Mortgage Right standing by to help you today. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200.
One amazing number from yesterday's show has increased already today. We'll discuss that next.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
The manicured rolling hills of Timberline Golf Club is located just minutes from Birmingham. And right now, the area's best value membership drive is going on through April 30th. No initiation fee, unlimited green fees, practice range, and the TrackMan. Timberline's a fun place to be a member, and you get preferred membership tee times. To book those tee times at this Jerry Pate designed course and for more information on membership opportunities, go online to timberlinegc.com. timberlinegc.com. It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Saturday, April 29th is Legends Day.
Professional football right here in Birmingham.
When your Birmingham Stallions take on the New Orleans Breakers. Get your tickets today and bring the whole family to Protective Stadium and get autographs from Alabama sports legends.
You feel the energy.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10.
Stallions all the way to the house.
Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
So a number that got our attention yesterday is the number of players that have entered the portal since Deion Sanders took the Colorado job. Do you happen to remember the number yesterday, Lance?
It was 41, right?
41. 41 players have entered, as of yesterday, during this show, have entered the transfer portal since Deion Sanders took the job at Colorado. Do you know what did not stop happening when our show ended yesterday?
People dropping into the portal.
People jumping into the portal that were, hop in the portal is what Deion Sanders told them. Hop on in that portal, and a lot of people have listened. I'm going to give you that number in 1 second. Lance is going to tell you about Slice first, and I'll give you what the number is up to now after today's entries in the portals.
Local pizza, local ingredients. Again, I was there Sunday night for dinner. I got that hot mama, which Dunaway turned me on to. Just incredible food from the Bajalia brothers, the late Jeff that we miss so much. Legacy is carried on by his brothers Jason and Chris. 4 locations. It started with one in Lakeview, then Vestavia, right down the road from here. There's one in Montevallo, and now the newest in Crestline Park. $75 carry-out special, too. You can be the hero tonight on the way home. Call it in. You get 12 of those fire-baked wings. You get a half pan of salad. You get 2 of the specialty pizzas. Go with the wing and the prayer, the hot mama tonight. You'll thank me later. 4 locations and online, slicebirmingham.com.
51.
So do they have players left?
51. Now, Michael says, and I cannot again confirm this independently, that they're down to like 19 scholarship players. Now, I don't know that that's true. You can
sounds
have
right.
85. 51 Colorado players, as Scott is showing you now from On3 Sports, have hit the portal since Deion Sanders took the job as the Colorado
coach. Now, he
coach.
does know you got to be able to field a team.
It's going to be hard, man.
Well, I know Travis Hunter is planning on playing both ways. He's going to play DB, and he's going to be playing wide receiver this year, but you can't have everybody playing both ways, right?
51 players have hit the portal. I mean, that is a staggering number. And he's encouraging guys to do it. I mean, this is not as if Deion Sanders is like, I don't know why everybody's leaving Colorado. Now, he's telling some of these guys, go do it. jump in that portal, hop in that portal. 51, man, that's incredible.
Again, I'll say what I said yesterday. When you start to see those numbers, it's not going to be able to balance out, and you really are going to be hamstrung. You don't have talent to begin with. At least play out a year. Keep some of these guys, and then try to figure out your roster in year 2.
Yeah. There was a player, and Taylor sent it to us last night. I'm going to pull the kid's name up.
That 3-star tight end?
Yeah. Was it the one that didn't have the film?
Yeah.
Yeah. There is a player that was basically telling the coaches, hey, I'd love to show you some film, but my coach at Colorado won't let me have it.
Yeah, he asked Deion Sanders. Deion basically told him, hey, look, Colorado's not for you. And so the guy said, hey, look, can I get some film because other coaches, I want to be able to shoot that out. And Deion said no.
No, he said no. And the player did come back and say, hey, I want you to know this tweet is not a criticism of Coach Prime. It's just that I'm being asked for film, and I got to tell you guys, I don't have it. I don't have access to my film. Scott is showing you the tweet there if you're watching us. It was Zachary Courtney. For the coaches who were trying to recruit me, I am sorry, but I will not be able to get you all my film for my practices last season. It's obviously not game film, practice film, since I am not allowed to have it because the head coach at Colorado won't allow it.
Now, I will say that he said this wasn't a shot at Deion. You saw how this is basically in a different – this is emphasized from since I'm not allowed to have it because the head coach at CU won't allow it.
Yeah. Now, but he did follow up in a tweet, to be fair, and say it's not a shot. I'm just telling you I don't have it, and here's why I don't have it. So, and the thing that jumped out at me, too, Lance, is it wasn't game film. Game film's readily available. I mean, anybody can find game film. But it is practice film. And Ryan Clark, who is the ESPN analyst, former LSU player, right, said, by the way, is this normal? Ryan Clark says, are most transfer portal players allowed to get practice film from the school they're leaving?
Yeah, see, I think it would be a little tricky because closed practices.
I would agree. But Jim Mora Jr., who was at UCLA, now this is pre-transfer portal, but now he's at UConn, he says most of the coaches do this. He responded to Ryan Clark. He said, at UConn, we believe at this level it's our responsibility to help these young men reach a path that leads to ultimate success both on and off the field. We will always help the men transferring however we can. It's not personal. It's bigger than an ego.
Yeah, and look, and I think you could get limited film on these guys, just something. I mean, how much are you going to get watching a third-string tight end?
Yeah, I mean, some of these guys don't have game film. They're never in games. Yeah, so you got to have practice film.
I just don't know how much you would be giving up by giving up this practice film.
I mean, I don't know. And it does seem like, though, I don't know if you agree with this.
With Colorado, because you've got so many in the transfer portal, their entire playbooks are going to be out there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Because you're going to have some hurt feelings out of this.
Well, no, I'm just saying not only that. Saying, I'm saying if you've got – how many is it now? 41?
51.
If you've got 51 guys that want to share film, you're basically going to see every minute of every practice they've ever had.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know. I thought the same thing when I read the tweet. I was like, yeah, this guy's complaining. He says he's not taking a shot at Prime, but he's talking about practice film. Practice film is way different than game film. Anybody can watch game film. Game film's available all over the place. Like, there's no coach that needs your help getting game film. Practice film's a totally different story, and I kind of understood that. But then I saw Jim Mora today saying most coaches do this. But the thing I would say is, and this is what we talked about with Prime earlier, you're going to be getting so many kids out of the portal. It's weird how he's treating some of the kids that are going in. Like, if I'm a school that a kid's like, hey, I'm considering Colorado, could you send them my practice film? I might right now say, no, I'm not going to do it. If he's not going to share it, I'm not going to share it with him. And that's going to hurt Deion.
Well, and I would think a lot of these kids were there, obviously, before Deion, where they were. And so they would have maybe, I don't know if they have practice film laying around from the year before.
I don't know. I don't know how readily available practice film is.
Yeah,
obviously it's hard to get because they were having to request it. 51, though, is an incredible number. I just cannot believe that 51 people are in the transfer portal out of the University of Colorado.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if he can field a team. Speaking of transfer portal, I did want to bring up one name.
Yep.
Alton McCaskill.
Oh, yeah, you like this kid,
the fourth. Yeah, I watched him as a true freshman for Houston, and he was really, really good. Now, he missed all of last year because he had a knee injury. Had a great camp, according to Dana Holgorsen, and then just out of nowhere yesterday decides to enter the portal.
Yeah.
And they said that they're saddened, they're shocked, they can't believe he entered the portal.
Holgorsen basically said, hey, great camp, and he was going to start for us.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, this kid was almost a 1,000-yard guy, 961 yards and 16 touchdowns. Led all freshmen in 2021. And now this kid's taken off. This is a clear case to me of tampering. Like, I don't know who's going to get him.
So whoever he lands at, you're like, this guy got a phone call.
Yeah, Houston's got some NIL money. They've got a decent collective from what I've heard. And this is one of the best players on the team returning from an 8-5 team. And for him to go through the entire spring, to have a great spring and fully 100%, I'm a little surprised as well that it went this long. But whoever gets Alton McCaskill the fourth it's a good get. Really good running back.
Yeah, you like this guy.
Yeah.
So if Alabama or Auburn needed running back, and they don't really necessarily because you got Jarquez Hunter at one place and maybe Justice Haynes at another, you would say go get this kid.
Yes.
He's that level.
I think he's that level.
All right, when we return, we'll get some numbers from our buddy Todd Fuhrman, BetTheBoardPodcast.com. A reminder, this hour has been presented by our friends at Champy's, world-famous fried chicken. If you haven't made lunch plans yet, Champy's world-famous fried chicken is a great place to go. Those po' boys, the Mississippi Delta recipe, also those great chicken fingers that are fantastic, the Mississippi Delta tamales, great size, great desserts, and just a great time at Champy's, 119 Alabaster, and always online, champyschicken.com. Fuhrman from the desert next.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Let me introduce you to the new line of Red Wing athletic work shoes. This great new line is perfect for the industrial athlete, the guy who is working on concrete or running through the warehouse all day long. Red Wing Athletics use the same technology found in a running shoe, with soft mesh uppers, a lightweight aluminum toe for protection, and non-slip soles. This shoe is a winner. This comfortable new line of safety shoes are perfect for warehousing and light manufacturing. Plus, the colors look great. Stop by your local Red Wing shoe store, have your feet measured, and test drive a new pair of Red Wing athletic work shoes.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball, on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Saturday, April 29th is Legends Day.
Professional football right here in Birmingham.
When your Birmingham Stallions take on the New Orleans Breakers. Get your tickets today and bring the whole family to Protective Stadium and get autographs from Alabama sports legends.
You feel the energy.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10.
Stallions all the way to the house.
Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Todd Fuhrman coming right up. We'll get some of the numbers from the desert from Fuhrman. As the NBA playoffs continue, the NFL draft is tomorrow night. A reminder that tomorrow night we are going to be at Twin Peaks with our friends at Bud Light. Lance, we're going to be there 5 to 7, just hanging out. We'll do a live show 5 to 6, but hanging out, talking a little draft leading up to it at 7 o'clock.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Come enjoy some of that great cold beer, really good food. It's the Twin Peaks location right behind the Patton Creek Shopping Center. So we've been out there before. I think we did some March Madness stuff there a couple of years ago. But looking forward to that, 5 to 7. Come join us, and we'll have tons of Bud Light specials.
Yep. So it's going to be a fun night tomorrow night there at Twin Peaks in Hoover. Todd Fuhrman is the man of the desert for us. He's got all the numbers. He is bettheboardpodcast.com. That is bettheboardpodcast.com. And at Todd Fuhrman on Twitter. Fuhrman, what's up, my friend? How are you?
I'm doing very well, gentlemen. Do we have any clarity yet on what Alabama is going to do at the quarterback position after spring practice? Are we hitting the transfer portal to try and make a move on Tyler Van Dyke and make him the heir apparent to Bryce Young?
I think they would like to make a move on Tyler Van Dyke. It looks like Van Dyke was using that as a negotiation piece.
It looks like they're going for the wrong Tyler.
Look, when Tyler Buckner from Notre Dame Fuhrman hit the portal yesterday, a lot of people started talking about his connection with Tommy Rees, and I was like, man, Alabama doesn't need quarterback depth. They've already got somebody that could start. They don't need depth. After the show, I had numerous people from Tuscaloosa reach out to me and say, hey, I'd tap the brakes on what you were saying on the show today. Alabama's got real interest. In fact, he's going to be in town this weekend. So I'm not going to be stunned at this point if Tyler Buckner is at least seriously considering Alabama and Alabama's considering him.
I wish you boys good luck, if that being the case, to try and bridge the gap between Georgia and Alabama and the SEC. I'm not sure Tyler Buckner was going to be that bridge, but hey, weirder things have happened in the past, and we will take the wait-and-see approach, as I'm sure all of Alabama football will as well.
Fuhrman, I was saying this earlier. Before the show started, Brown told me that, and I said I can't get enough of Alabama's under. I mean, they were 10-2 last year in the regular season with the greatest quarterback in Alabama history.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you look at the drop-off at quarterback play, it's going to mean that the rest of the roster really needs to raise its level. And in this day and age, when you look at some of the elite programs out there, if you don't have a quarterback, you have some real problems. And anyone who watched Notre Dame football extensively in the past, it's not a dig on Tyler Buckner by any stretch, but he's not the kind of quarterback that provides a vertical threat, one that's going to get the playmakers the ball in space. And I think it's very interesting, I mean, because Tommy Rees came under a ton of criticism at Notre Dame for the offense not being inventive enough, and it always seemed like the crutch was falling back on the quarterback play, to then bring the quarterback to Alabama, where there's much better skill position talent than he ever had in South Bend. It's going to be an interesting experiment to watch unfold, to say the least.
All right, Fuhrman, let's start with the NFL draft as these Will Levis numbers just continue to drop. Let's start this way. Would you say it will be stunning if anybody other than Bryce Young is called with the first pick?
100%. I think it's fait accompli that at this point Bryce Young will be that number one pick. We obviously saw Carolina say that they love who they've decided to go with the number one pick, and we did not see movement in the odds market once they made that proclamation. So for me, I can read the tea leaves. They've done a good job of kind of going through the process, trying to figure things out the way it's going to look, and I would be shocked if we got off to a very different start than any other name but Bryce Young being called on that podium for the first overall pick.
You know, C.J. Stroud is a guy that seems to be dropping right now, and Justin Fields, another Ohio State quarterback, was a guy that dropped to 11. Dunaway and I had a stake bet from last year. He has Bryce Young, Will Anderson, and C.J. Stroud, all three going in the top 5 of this draft. How do you feel about my odds? Is C.J. Stroud going to fall out of the top 5?
He has definitely been the most enigmatic draft prospect of everyone, because the lasting image we had of him in college was shredding that Georgia defense, albeit coming up just short in the national semifinals. We know what he can do. He looks the part. He's got the physical attributes and everything else. But you begin to wonder why a player's draft stock starts to fall, and then suddenly the cognitive testing results come out. And the one thing that we've seen in the NFL, and again, it's not an error-proof process, that a high cognitive test doesn't necessarily mean a quarterback is going to have success at the NFL level, but a low test result doesn't exactly suggest that a quarterback is ever going to be able to play at a truly elite level. So I think that's part of the reason we've seen Stroud fall, and maybe a team will really luck out in that particular regard. But I think at this point, I would be more surprised if C.J. Stroud went inside the top 5 than if he didn't. Now, of course, that dynamic changes if something unusual were to happen with that number 2 pick and Houston were to trade down and the Patriots may be trading up to get a quarterback, if it's Will Levis or somebody else, and then suddenly C.J. Stroud falls to the Colts because they can't get Levis. All bets are off. So I think Stroud doesn't go in the top 5, but right now, guys, this is about as unsure as I've been through the top couple of picks over the last 5 to 7 years in the draft.
I mean, if I had a gun to your head on number 2 at Houston, where would you go?
For me, I'm probably going to go with Tyree Wilson if Houston keeps the pick. When you look at what he can do in terms of providing that presence off the edge, it fits DeMeco Ryans as a defensive-minded head coach. I know the Houston Texans fans might revolt knowing that they're not going to get a franchise quarterback, but Houston has a glut of picks. If they're able to take a flyer maybe at 12 if somebody were to fall there, or in the 2nd or 3rd round, and the worst-case scenario for the Texans, I know this isn't what a fan base ever wants, but hey, you're right back picking it inside the top 3 again next year, and maybe you decide to go with a Caleb Williams, a Drake May, or somebody else who bursts onto the scene. So if you don't love a quarterback at 2, in my opinion, you don't reach there. You get a guy that you can lean on, and maybe Tyree becomes that guy that has the Nick Bosa impact that we've seen in San Francisco under DeMeco Ryans' leadership.
Compare handles at sportsbooks on the NFL draft tomorrow night on what you will get on an NBA playoff game tonight.
Well, I think, it's a little bit of a double-edged sword there because limits that you can get on the NFL draft are far diminished compared to what you can move on an NBA playoff game. So when you're looking at a lot of the props, and one of the bigger books out here as far as having an extensive draft menu is Circa, you can only bet about $500 on a lot of these draft props. And I know for a lot of people going, that's, still a lot of money. But when you look on their app and you try and figure out exactly what else is available, it's $500 on the draft prop. You can bet up to $20,000 if you want to bet a side in any NBA games tonight, and closer to $5,000 on total. So draft handle pales in comparison just because of the market more than anything else. But as far as interest is concerned, there will be a hell of a lot more people watching the NFL draft to see what their favorite teams are going to do than staying tuned in for some of these NBA first-round playoff games that, although in all honesty, have exceeded my expectations as far as entertainment value is concerned.
Do you have one prop that really stands out?
For me, the only real position that I've taken is at the cornerback position. I laid a price of $1.80 on Devin Witherspoon to come off the board before Christian Gonzalez. I like that prop up into the -$3 range, but that's the only draft prop that I have, again, significantly lower limits than what you can get on a lot of things that are out there. And these numbers have been extremely volatile. The craziest part about this is the draft has typically been an event where we can expect high ROI with our information being better than even what the odds makers have, but we've done less in this year's draft than we have since it was legalized out here in Nevada, and I will have probably about 5% in play of what I typically would on an NFL draft opening night.
Todd Fuhrman is with us. BetTheBoardPodcast.com, BetTheBoardPodcast.com, at Todd Fuhrman on Twitter is where you can find him. Let's talk about the actual game on the field. Aaron Rodgers is now officially a New York Jet, and that did what to you for the Jets? I saw what it did in the betting markets, but for Todd Fuhrman, what does that do for the Jets?
It doesn't change a whole heck of a lot for me right now, knowing how the Jets are already priced. When you look at the odds in the AFC East, they've become second favorites behind only the Buffalo Bills. You look at their price to win the Lombardi Trophy right around 14-1. And some of the other teams that are in that same competitive grouping, in my opinion, have a lot more upside. Aaron Rodgers last year didn't leave me brimming with confidence in what he wasn't able to do, albeit with a questionable receiving core in Green Bay. But this is a guy that still only has one Super Bowl on his resume, and I think a lot of people clamoring for the Jets to suddenly become the team to beat in the AFC forget how deep that conference is. If Aaron Rodgers had been traded to a different team and stayed in the NFC, then look, he may have been the piece that could have pushed a team across the finish line. But I think the Jets will have their hands full, and I can't wait for this to potentially get off the tracks if the Jets have a very difficult early start to their schedule and would happen to start 2-4 or somewhere along those lines.
Okay, so Nuggets, a 1 seed, best defense in the Western Conference, will now be going against the Suns, and that duo of Kevin Durant and especially Devin Booker playing out of their minds. It's a chaotic morning, so I didn't see a series price, but I'm going to say, is it close to a pick? Maybe Suns favored?
Yeah, very close to a pick with the Suns indeed installed as a short favorite here. -120 to -125, kind of the consensus there. And I think when you look at the Suns roster, there is no doubt they have the star power up top, but their depth is going to get pushed a heck of a lot more here in this series than what we saw last series. And who knows exactly how things go between the Suns and Clippers if Kawhi Leonard doesn't tear his meniscus and miss a lot of those key games. So I haven't been big on the Denver Nuggets all year, but I actually think they're undervalued in this particular series here. It's always interesting when you see the Nuggets a 2.5 to 3-point favorite in game one, yet an underdog for the series. If you like the Nuggets, I think you wait this out a little bit. You may be able to get a slightly better price for them on the series. I expect Suns money to hit between now and tip-off of game one on Saturday.
I asked Lance, was that Monday? I think it was Monday, and Kings and Warriors were 2-2.
Yep. And the Warriors were favored.
And the Warriors
series.
were favored in the series, and I'm like, listen, Vegas knows they got to play 2 road games, right? They just don't win on the road. And literally within hours, the De'Aaron Fox news came out. You guys already knew that in Vegas, didn't you? Before it was being reported.
I wish I did. I would have had a little piece of the Golden State Warriors plus 1.5 in the game. But what I do think is interesting, guys, is the Kings actually opened for Game 5, a 1.5 point favorite. The news breaks about De'Aaron Fox having a broken finger on his shooting hand. The Golden State Warriors swing to a 4-point favorite. Then Fox gets upgraded, but we're not back where the market opened. So odds makers have kind of hedged their bets a little bit. Golden State's still a 1.5, 2-point favorite here. And you mentioned that series price. Golden State, of course, still the favorite there. And I think a lot of it is the pedigree as much as anything else. That Golden State, if they're able to hold serve at home, they only have to win 1 game on the road. And this is a team, should they go down in Game 5, that's not going to be intimidated if they have to go back to Northern California, to Sacramento for Game 7, where that game would open up right around a pick'em, or even the Golden State Warriors are short favorite depending on De'Aaron Fox's status.
I know professionals are not afraid to play unders, but typically your recreational guys, love to play overs. And you look at some of the star power, we were talking Devin Booker and what Jimmy Butler did the other night and Trae Young. Are books getting popped at all on some of these players' totals?
Player props have definitely grown in popularity, but the one thing about it, books, to your point, Lance, are always going to inflate some of the bigger favorites there. And when you see these huge scoring nights, there's nothing the books can do to kind of defend against them because, they'll set some of these totals, in the mid to high 20s for a lot of the marquee players. And if they go for 40, you kind of tip your hat and hope that the juice is working in your favor. I mean, Trae Young goes absolutely bananas. You mentioned Devin Booker with his record-setting third-quarter performance in the deciding game against the Clippers. So I think people see the stars, they see their point-per-game averages, and they don't want any part of betting against these players. But until the numbers get truly inflated, you won't see a ton of professionals looking to try and win money in the prop market betting against the superstars. There's a lot of other opportunities in some of those secondary markets trying to take advantage of players that are improperly priced.
All right, he is Todd Fuhrman. You can get all of that at and more at bettheboardpodcast.com, bettheboardpodcast.com. Follow him on Twitter at Todd Fuhrman. Fuhrman, thank you for the time. Enjoy the draft. We'll see you next week.
Always a pleasure, gentlemen. Looking forward to it.
All right, buddy. Take care. Fuhrman with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. We've all had work done on our house. Lance, Harbin's Outdoors is a place that if you've got that outdoor project, they can help you out.
Yeah, look, I'm not sure if I'm going to sell the house or not. It's on the market, but my pool.
We can go seesaw on that later, Reichster.
Well, there needs to be a couple of things done, and so I've been texting Jeremy Harbin back and forth today because we're looking for a certain rock outside of the pool. But that's just one of the many things that he does. Harbin's Outdoors, award-winning landscape company. They specialize in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, hardscaping. It's a one-stop shop. Jeremy and his team, for all of your pool construction, Harbin's does it all, from the install to the lighting, final hardscapes around the pool, everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors. See the work for yourself or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do. Call them today for all of your landscaping needs, 205-300-0718.
I'll go same question to you I asked Fuhrman. I'm going to put a gun to your head for 2 questions. Number 1, the number 2 overall pick is who? I mean, it's a foregone conclusion. It's Bryce Young at 1 now, right? I mean, I don't even think we're thinking about that anymore.
I think they're going to go Will Anderson at 2.
You think Will Anderson at 2? Interesting. I mean, it is so up in the air.
I think they're going to roll the dice, and they've got 2 and 13. They're going to think one of these quarterbacks is going to fall to 13.
I kind of think they're right, don't you?
Probably.
I mean, it could be C.J. Stroud.
But you still could package something up and move up from 13 if you don't think you're going to get your guy.
Yeah.
But I think they're going to go defense. He said Tyree Wilson, which is going to be really interesting. If Tyree goes in front of Will Anderson, whatever general manager makes that pick, it's really rolling the dice. To me, Will Anderson is a no-brainer. At worst, if he stays healthy, he's an all-pro.
You know, the thing about, and I've always said this about having top 10 picks. I mean, what would you say on average? We've asked this before. A top 10 pick pans out. I'm not even saying Hall of Famer. I'm just saying you get to the end of the career and you say, look, I got top 10 production out of this guy. It was worth the pick. You think 5 out of 10?
Probably half. I'll say this. You know, we had Roman Harper on earlier, and he went in the second round to New Orleans, and he didn't think he was going to go that high.
But he exceeded second round. Harp had a good career.
I think if you would have gotten Harp mid to back end of the first round, you would be like,
he's a Saints Hall of Famer, yeah.
Yeah, I got my money's worth here.
That's right, yeah.
So I would say, 5 out of 10 probably.
So 5 out of 10.
Maybe not that high, maybe 4 out of 10.
Yeah, 5 out of 10.
And the problem with that is normally in that top 10, you've got 2 or 3 quarterbacks. And
And that's what I was going to say. If I'm Houston and I trade up and I'm taking 2 picks in the top 10, the odds are heavy. One of those is a bust. Heavy odds. The odds are decent, too. Both of them were a bust.
Well, there could end up being 5 quarterbacks taken in this first round. I don't think there will be because I think Hendon Hooker probably slips to the second. But if Hendon Hooker goes, we know Bryce is going, Will Levis is going, Anthony Richardson going, C.J. Stroud's going. Of those 5, I would say at least 3 are going to be bust.
I mean, I think those are the odds you play.
Yeah.
That was like the year of the Dolphins. It was in 2020. They had 3 first-round picks, and everybody's like, man, aren't you excited? I'm like, no, I'm not excited. Because with 3 first-round picks, they're going to miss on at least one.
Yeah. I would be excited, though.
Well, yeah, I don't have a first-round pick at all this year, and you haven't had a first-round pick since when?
Yeah, I can't even remember.
It
seems like Todd Gurley was the last first-round pick we had. And I think it was actually Jared Goff.
Was it really? So it's been that long?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But, yeah, we had those first-round picks, and we went Tua Tagovailoa, who we'll still see. I mean, that was number 5 overall.
I was still married when we had a first-round pick. I mean, put things in perspective, right?
It really does put things in perspective. And then we went Jalen Phillips out of Miami, who's been I think a very good pick for Miami. And then we went Noah Igbenogany, and that was a stretch at the end of the first round, and he has not panned out as a first-round pick. So, I mean, there's some times where having that many picks just is not a blessing. Actually, I take that back. We went Austin Jackson. So we missed on both those, Lance, because Austin Jackson has stayed hurt.
Yeah, he really has.
Sold us a bill of goods out of freaking USC.
He actually wasn't that good at USC.
I know. But see, there's the problem is Miami stretched on 2 picks. Yep. Noah Igbenogany out of Auburn, who had barely played corner in the college level. I mean, I think he'd only played corner 2 years at Auburn in his whole life. And Austin Jackson. Well, we reached.
The steal of the draft will go Friday night because the Rams have pick number 36.
Who y'all going with?
I have no idea.
You just can't wait to see it.
Hey, somebody was asking me in the lobby, what do the Rams need? And I was like,
everything.
Secondary, linebacker, defensive line help now, offensive line, wide receiver.
Right now, kicker, punter, long snapper. They don't have any of those things. We'll talk more. We'll do 4 downs when we come back. I remind you all the time, we remind you on the show, University of Montevallo is where the Fighting Dunaways got educated. Jim, Maggie, and Harper, his daughter, all at the University of Montevallo. Why? Well, it's a great education, for one thing. Montevallo is a top-level school. It is a great value as well, one of the best values. And you can schedule an online tour or a tour in person right there at montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. Find out more about the University of Montevallo when you visit montevallo.edu.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
The manicured rolling hills of Timberline Golf Club is located just minutes from Birmingham. And right now, the area's best value membership drive is going on through April 30th. No initiation fee, unlimited green fees, practice range, and the TrackMan. Timberline's a fun place to be a member, and you get preferred membership tee times. To book those tee times at this Jerry Pate designed course, and for more information on membership opportunities, go online to timberlinegc.com. timberlinegc.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Saturday, April 29th is Legends Day.
Professional football right here in Birmingham.
With your Birmingham Stallions take on the New Orleans Breakers. Get your tickets today and bring the whole family to Protective Stadium and get autographs from Alabama sports legends.
You feel the energy.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10.
Stallions all the way to the house.
Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
The next round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
We continue on the next round. Is that an original or is that a royalty-free?
That is a royalty-free. That is called Break Your Lock and Key.
It sounds like something. I tell you, it's got a little sound. There's a new song, a guy named Kane Brown, country music act, Bury Me in Georgia. And like right at the start of that, it reminds me of Bury Me in Georgia.
Sounds like not going to the country. Canned Heat. It's
oh yeah,
on the road again.
I hate that they used it for an insurance company.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's about one of my favorite lines you ever did. It's like, all right, we need a lead singer. Who's going to do it?
I'll do it, I guess. Well, it's a little bit temporary, Tim. I'm going to the country. Where you want to go?
Canned Heat.
I mean, was that the only song they did?
No, going up to the country, on the road again. They did
They did a few.
United we stand, divided we fall. Let's get together.
I mean, I just don't know the Canned Heat catalog.
I think that's about it.
Are they going to be in Atlanta on Friday too? Taylor Swift, Canned Heat, and Janet Jackson.
Atlanta would.
No, if Canned Heat's playing, it's like an American Pie or something. I don't know if American Pie is still open.
Fuddruckers.
Can you imagine though the mass of people that are going to be in that area? I mean, State Farm Arena and Mercedes-Benz Stadium are literally next door. I mean, they share like parking decks and all that. That's going to be a.
Think Uber's going to be expensive?
This is the old man in me. Ubers are going to be impossible. They're not just going to be expensive. They'll be impossible to get.
Yeah, you don't want to mess. That's why I said when the last time I went, I don't think anything was going on at Phillips. But when I went to Taylor Swift, made sure we stayed down there where we could walk back and forth.
Yeah, your best bet is going to be MARTA. If you can't stay downtown, MARTA somewhere and then grab an Uber. You know, MARTA 2 or 3 stops up.
Or just get there extremely early and then just stay at some of the bars and restaurants around there afterwards for a couple of hours.
Yeah. Because that was the big thing, like when we used to go to Falcons games or something like that, or SEC championship games when we lived in Anniston, and I'm sure Birmingham people do this too, is you'd hit one of those MARTA stations on the east side of Atlanta, park it way out of town, and just MARTA in.
I've only MARTa'd I could count on one hand.
MARTA is pretty reliable. So, I mean, I've never had an issue with it, really.
I mean, I haven't the times I've used it, but
the last Falcons game I went to was the last time the Dolphins were there. I want to say 2017. Dolphins beat the Falcons, came from behind 20-17. And we parked in Buckhead, MARTA'd down to the game, MARTA'd back, and ate dinner in Buckhead. To me, that's the way to go. That's what you do. And you just – now, look, I mean, if you're – I don't think both those concerts will end at the same time, but in the event they do, MARTA is going to be an absolute disaster. a zoo. But I mean,
would you want to be down there for that?
I would not. That's what I'm saying. I know it's the old man in me, but I have got zero interest. Now, if I were handed 2 tickets like you were talking about earlier, my 18-year-old daughter would want to go see Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd have to do that. I'd have to bite the bullet and just be miserable for a night just to see her happy.
I don't think you're going to get handed 2 tickets based on what Lunsford told us they were going for.
If so, I'm not telling my daughter and I'm selling them. Hey, Legacy Community Federal Credit Union, if you want to go to the concert with the Lunsfords, they've got lifestyle loans there at Legacy for unexpected medical expenses, update the backyard, that dream vacation. It does not require collateral at all. The rates are low and affordable, and you can apply either in one of the Birmingham branches. There are 9 of those in the greater Birmingham area, or online, legacycreditunion.com. They're also doing swap and drop right now. It's their annual promotion when members, and if you're not yet a member, you can drop your current loan provider and swap it to Legacy and save. Auto loans, RV loans, all those right there at Legacy Community Federal Credit Union, the official credit union of UAB, legacycreditunion.com.
You know, one thing we haven't talked about in this draft tomorrow night is potential trades. Lamar Jackson, I'm looking at it right now on ESPN2. Herm Edwards, coach, is talking about Texans should actually trade for Lamar Jackson. I do think the Texans at number 2, if they can package the right deal and get Lamar Jackson, we're talking about the 5 quarterbacks that could possibly go in the first round, definitely 4. Of those, how many are going to be franchise quarterbacks? Lamar Jackson, say what you want about his postseason career. He's only won 1 game. He still is a former MVP. You know exactly what you're getting with Lamar Jackson, and he's still young. So if I could make that deal, I would if I was Houston Texans.
You would trade?
I would trade the number 2, the number 13? And 13.
I mean, because if you've got what you consider an MVP-level quarterback, he's easily worth 2 first-round draft picks, to me.
Yeah, I'm going to go and tell you, 2 and 13, the chances of both working out, slim and none.
Now, if
Lamar Jackson staying healthy, if he is healthy, that will work out.
I mean, if you don't think he's going to be an MVP.
And 2 and 12, excuse me.
2 and 12 is where they are. Yeah, 2 and 12. I would trade 2 and 12 for that. I definitely trade 2 and 12. Like, do you feel like?
And if I'm the Ravens, I got to be honest. You know, watching Tyler Huntley, he's one of the better backup quarterbacks in that system coming in for Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
So if you're the Ravens fans probably wouldn't be excited about this, but if you can get 2 and 13, you can get your future quarterback right there.
I know this is not what he meant by this, but it is kind of funny. I was watching the NFL Network just on Screen 2, Rockstar, and they're interviewing C.J. Stroud, and they've got the quote at the bottom of what C.J. Stroud is saying, and they were asking him about the S2 cognitive test results where he scored in reportedly an 18%. I'm sure Ohio State has to love this. He said, "I'm not a test taker. I'm a football player."
This would be a T-shirt.
Yeah, I'm sure Ohio State's
well, I read today.
Ohio State's like, we know what you mean, but if you could tap that down just a little bit.
So this S2 is the reason he's dropping.
I don't think there's any doubt.
Because they talk about the significance of it. And, I didn't realize. I thought it was more like Wonderlic, but they said that half of the organizations live and die by the S2. So you can go on and wipe half out. And they said including half the top 10, according to this source. But they say it's really, it's things that you can't coach or teach. It's instinctive learning. It's quick processing. It's spatial awareness. It's things that they're natural instincts. And based on that score, it doesn't seem like he has them. Now, watching him play football, I think he's a really good football player.
Yeah.
So it depends on what you want. But if you live and die by this, he's not a guy you're going to go with.
But there again, if I had I said this the other day, Lance, if I had a trusted Big Ten defensive coordinator, a guy I trusted if I'm the Houston Texans and DeMeco Ryans, that plays him all the time, and I'm like, you tell me how he processed what you threw at him. Like, you can tell that as a defensive coordinator. Like, I'm going to disguise this, and wow, C.J. Stroud completely went through my disguise. Guess who couldn't do that? This quarterback couldn't do that. This quarterback couldn't do that.
Look, and there are some people.
I would trust that.
And there are some people that just don't test well. I mean, again, you brought up Dan Marino. I mean, his Wonderlic was awful.
It was supposedly it was, yeah. And he ended up being one of the best quarterbacks ever to play the game. You think he could process some defenses?
And I think Lamar Jackson's was really low. Let me pull this.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure you can find a lot of low ones. I'm sure you can find a lot of high ones of guys that didn't pan out at all. It's just, and again, like Fuhrman was saying, if there were any foolproof system, nobody would ever miss on an NFL quarterback pick. But guess what? They miss all the time. There is no foolproof system on this. There is no foolproof way. There is no error-free way of drafting a quarterback. It is always bad.
Lowest Wonderlic scores in history. Vince Young had a 6. Frank Gore, great long career, had a 6. Mo Claiborne had a 4. I don't know how you get a 4.
How do you get a 4? Oh, I got my name right.
The highest ever was that Pat McAnally kid from the punter from Harvard.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me see if there's anything.
Was he even a good punter?
I don't think.
Yeah, see?
I think 4 is the lowest you can get. Average Wonderlic for a systems analysis, 32. For a chemist, 31. For a teacher, a 28. Accountant, 28.
I thought Ryan Fitzpatrick had almost a perfect score on it.
He did well.
Yeah, he did well. And he had a good career. I mean, Ryan Fitzpatrick had a really good career. He was a backup a lot, and he was a journeyman.
A train conductor, his average score is 21. I'm reading this. Security guard, 17. A warehouseman, whatever that is, 15. And a janitor is 14.
My train conductor, I don't know how much they do now, Rockstar. Do you know a whole lot about the train
A lot
conductors?
of derailments these past couple
There
months.
are a lot of derailments, but I feel like most of these train conductors, it's all automated, right? They're just standing there to make sure.
You gotta hire Cliff. Why? This guy got on a Wonderlic. He got a 32.
Best conductor you've ever seen. You ought to see the way he changed those tracks over in Tipton County.
Okay, so I don't remember Pat McAnally, the punter. He was chosen in the 5th round of the 75 draft. He appeared in 1 Pro Bowl, 1 Super Bowl. But he got a perfect 50. But Ryan Fitzpatrick right there, 48.
I thought it was 48, yeah.
Ben Watson, tight end, got a 48.
Yeah, Ben Watson's a smart dude. He's been on the show before. You could tell he's smart.
Yeah.
And had a really good career.
I've got to find Lamar's because I could be completely wrong, but I think I'm not. It just showed like the top 5 and the bottom 5 ever.
By the way, Lance mentioned the lock earlier, presented by Hemp Hill. We always remind you of Hemp Hill services when something is not running right, draining right, flowing right, flushing right. Guess what? Bad news, disaster has struck. We've all experienced it on the show, and we all know the one place we go is Hemp Hill. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill, the only ones we trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. In fact, one of our advertisers let Lance know he had an issue. He was like, who's at the next round? Oh, it's Hemp Hill. So he called him. He said, I got a plumber for life. These people were fantastic. 205-229-2090, 205-229-2090. Since 1944, it has been Hemp Hill Services.
So it says, and this makes no sense because I thought it was mandatory for guys to take the Wonderlic.
I don't think it's mandatory. I just think if you don't take it, it's kind of like not taking a breathalyzer. Like, well, what are you telling me?
Well, I guess he took it, but it says while Lamar Jackson's exact score in the Wonderlic test not publicly known, speculated he scored in a range of 13 to 20. It's a pretty wide range.
That's
it goes
actually
from
not
janitor
awful.
to train conductor.
He could conduct a train, which to me is a skilled profession. I don't think I could jump on and conduct a train.
No.
I'd be hitting that horn heavy. I know that. All right, time for 4 downs. We get 4 questions and a celebrity birthday. It's my favorite part of 4 downs. Where are we going first, Lance? With
First down.
Did you give me a heads up? I got to pull these. Hold on. And by the way,
4 downs.
How about celebrity birthday?
Uh-huh.
You might get more than one.
Oh, okay. That could be downs 3 and 4. See, Rockstar, it's 4 downs like in a football game. A team gets 4 downs to pick up a first. We do that.
That's
4
train
questions.
conductor. Yeah, I got it.
Train conductor level. Lance, first down.
Carol Burnett is 90 years old today. If I asked you more iconic television personality, Carol Burnett or Carol O'Connor?
I go Carol Burnett.
Carol Burnett.
Yeah, Carol O'Connor was good. So Carol O'Connor played Archie Bunker.
Yeah, and Heat of the Night, too.
Heat of the Night. But Carol Burnett, I mean, to be a female lead, have your own show in that era, I mean, that shows you not a lot of females do
I
that.
do think it's tight, though, because Carol O'Connor, that was a groundbreaking show, All in the Family. And playing Archie Bunker and then making the shift and playing, I forgot what the sheriff's name was, Tibbs? No, Tibbs was the other guy. I don't know, man. That's really close to me. I'll agree. I think Carol Burnett is probably a little more iconic.
I remember as a kid the Carol Burnett show, Tim Conway and Harvey Korman, when I was a little kid.
I liked Harvey Korman. Was my favorite.
They were the funniest thing on TV to me at that time. And it was just, almost slapstick, really.
Oh, them laughing at the jokes, them breaking character was the best thing ever.
Yeah, I agree
That's
completely.
The best part of all
and I know like Lorne Michaels does not like that on Saturday Night Live.
Oh, good thing he had Jimmy Fallon on because he never laughs.
But I felt that's what made the Carol Burnett show, so I'll go Carol Burnett.
Second down.
So Aaron Judge is 31 today. If I asked you ultimately better career, Giannis Antetokounmpo or Aaron Judge?
Oh man, that's a tough one. I mean, Judge playing for the Yankees, you would say he's going to win more championships, but I don't know that that's going to be the case.
Yeah, I mean, Giannis has already got one.
I know
Giannis got a 0.
Giannis is ahead 1-0 already. Judge has, I thought it was overplayed a little bit, the American League home run record.
He's been an MVP.
He's been an MVP. Giannis
has been an MVP.
Been an MVP. I think at the end of it all, I'll go Giannis. Though Aaron Judge, I mean, there's no reason to think he can't continue this for a very long career, right?
I've just seen it more in baseball when you get these huge contracts that production sometimes can go the other way. Giannis's production is never going to go down. He just needs to stay healthy.
Yeah, I mean, Aaron Judge is just, what is that guy, like 6'9"? I mean, he is a massive human being.
6'7", I think.
6'7"? I thought he was taller than that. I thought he was 6'9". I'm going to go, but my point was going to be he could probably play in the NBA.
6'7", 282.
With his size, he could be an NBA player, which is
probably
weird. But I'll go Giannis.
Yeah, I'll go Giannis too.
Third down.
Giancarlo Esposito, 65 years old.
Gus Fring.
Better TV villain, Gus Fring or King Joffrey from Game of Thrones?
I never watched Game of Thrones. Gus Fring is such a good villain because he's such a nice guy to the public.
Yeah.
You never see it coming. And then, boy, you get him behind closed doors. He's ruthless.
And I actually got to meet him.
You met, you told us that.
At Redmond Hotel. He was at the lobby front desk.
When he wearing a fedora?
I can't remember. I think he must have had his young daughter with him. His foot was in a cast. I remember meeting him. He was a super nice guy, and I said hello and I walked off. But seeing all Gus Fring in person was
Gus
kind of
Fring
intimidating.
had more of a, I don't know, more longevity.
Yeah.
King Joffrey was, I think, more evil, if that's even possible, because Gus Fring, for a dude that was slinging chicken, was pretty evil.
He was. Do you think you could pull that off, though, in real life? Could he be that nice to the public and be that ruthless of a
sociopath?
Person? I mean, you got to be, right?
See him all the time, yeah.
Yes. Well, I hope you've had an enjoyable stay.
But, he had that creep factor to him, too. I mean, he did a great job with that character.
He was awesome. I mean,
I don't see how you create a character out of nothing. Like they tell you, all right, this is the character you want. And like actors, it just amazes me how they can create that character out of almost nothingness, right? Yeah. There's nothing you can say, okay, we want you to act like this guy.
That's why, have you ever watched the documentary Val?
No.
Val Kilmer documentary?
I did.
Oh, yeah. Val Kilmer, yeah.
And him saying, I have to, when they gave me the Iceman role in Top Gun, he was like, I had to develop my own backstory to come up with my character. Like, my father left me in middle school or something like that, and I had to prove him wrong. He's like, I'd always developed a backstory for my character if it wasn't biographical. It's crazy.
Which is really incredible.
It really is.
That was a great documentary.
Yeah, it really is. Very sad. Very sad.
But Gus Fring had Dwight Schrute's wardrobe, right?
He does.
He did the mustard shirt.
Mustard shirt, black tie, every time. And there's I can't remember if it shows up in Breaking Bad, but in Better Call Saul, there's one scene where they're in his office, and there's like 15 yellow shirts hanging on hangers over in the corner. It's like he's got every yellow shirt you could possibly own.
Fourth down.
Channing Tatum, 43 years old. Which Alabama native ultimately has the better career? Channing Tatum or Courtney Cox?
Courtney Cox. That friend's money will never stop.
I'm going to go Tatum.
Boy, Tatum was on a heater. What's he doing now?
He's still considered an A-list actor.
Okay.
I'll see what's in production for him right now. He still has another 20 years to have maybe one of these, iconic roles in a streaming service.
What's crazy to me is one of those.
And I don't think he's that bad of an actor.
Out of nowhere, him appearing, I don't know if it's a spoiler alert, but him appearing on Hateful Eight. Just out of nowhere.
Yeah. Did it really turn for him though? And the Foxcatcher,
I think
is that where it turned for him?
Well, for a serious actor, I think.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I think Magic Mike was really the breakout.
Yeah, but Magic Mike was like, okay, you work out, you got a great body, you're a male stripper.
And then, 21 Jump Street.
Yeah,
and I went back and watched 21 Jump Street because I had never seen them.
Yeah.
I watched them with the kids, and they're really good, and he's really good in them. I mean, the chemistry between him and Jonah Hill is really good. I'm trying to see what he's got coming up.
Trace is right, though. Courtney Cox checks she gets every week for Friends must be outrageous. Can you imagine what that must be?
Yeah, the syndication, the HBO Max, all that stuff, just nonstop.
I wonder what kind of check they get every week because it is on everywhere.
Okay, you know who Zoe Kravitz is, right?
Lenny Kravitz's daughter.
Yeah. Really cute. She's making her directorial debut, according to his Wikipedia page, and he's set to star in the thriller Pussy Island.
Oh, I've heard about that.
About cats?
Well, let's see. It's an American thriller. What is Pussy Island about?
Cats.
Gotta be cats.
Google search that. That exact question.
That is 4 downs. 4 great questions every day with birthdays mixed in.
A lot of women in this cast, it looks like.
My gosh.
Kristen Slater's in it.
Of course he is.
Oh, yeah. I haven't seen him in a long time since Mr. Robot.
Yeah.
Yes. Lance Brombergs. Maybe they'll find somebody on that island to put a ring on the finger there. Put a ring on the finger, Rockstar. Get your head out of the gutter.
Friends at Brombergs, they are your diamond specialist. If you've been popping in that question, 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. Family owned and operated since 1836. Get in, see the diamond specialist, and don't forget Bromberg's thrilled to be the official Oris jeweler, introduce another fine timekeeping brand to the Birmingham community. You'll find a wide selection of classics, rugged sports models, even limited edition novelty timepieces available right now at the Summit store. You can go check out that vast selection. You can also go online, brombergs.com/watches/Oris.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on. The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
I will say this, Lance, and you can take it for what it's worth.
You about to give me a compliment?
Well, I mean, I'll give you a compliment.
Well, I know you said you take it for what it's worth.
Yeah, no. I was going to take this report for what it's worth. Let me think of a compliment for you. I like that hoodie.
Oh, you know what?
Is that a Roback?
It is not a Roback.
Oh, okay. Well, I think everything of theirs has the logo on it. So
I got this at the Summit. You probably can.
No, I can. Yeah.
Zany Brainy.
Zany Brainy. I have something for you.
What was the name of it?
Swoozies.
For giving me a compliment, I got something for you. I got a present.
Okay. All right. Lance has a present for me. I do like that.
Oh no.
Oh no. I am really worried about this. I do like that hoodie. I was
Do you want to do what you're going to do first, or you want me to,
well,
give you the present?
you've got Woodhouse Day Spa Precision Sports. Either one. I was going to say take this for what it's worth.
Yep.
Matt Zenitz of On3 Sports reported that sources tell Matt that Tyler Buckner, quote unquote, had a hell of a spring. Buckner held his own all spring. They were tight, and then for some reason in the spring game, Hartman just kind of separated himself.
Look, he's not going to separate himself in one game.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you. That's what Matt Zenitz on 3 Sports, who covers the portal, quote unquote, Buckner had a hell of a spring. They were neck and neck with he and Sam Hartman.
I mean, look, they're going to try to sell this because I think Alabama fans are going to be really disappointed on the surface.
Yeah, Tyler Buckner, by the way, the Notre Dame quarterback, hasn't announced a transfer to Alabama. He's just in the portal, and a lot of people have connected Tommy Reed. Sorry. Woodhouse Day Spa, and then you got a gift for me.
Okay, I'm about to give Brown a gift, but if you want to treat that someone to a gift of luxury, Birmingham's best day spa, it's the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. You can choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, nail services. Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. You can order that special person gift online 24/7 at birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift card, simple solution. Buy them 24/7 online. Stop by the Woodhouse Day Spa right there at the Summit Shopping Centers. Go see Casey Stewart. Tell them the next round sent you. Great gift right there from our friends at Woodhouse. Okay, so bracket challenge.
Yes, I got to go to a testicle festival.
Yeah, you did a really good job, though, when you went to Alien Fest. There's your compliment.
Oh, thank you very much. You like those videos. You used to tell me that. Yeah, they're still on our YouTube channel.
Dressed up as an alien.
I did.
Our friend Brett from New Mexico, it's his birthday. Happy birthday. I didn't realize
Brett.
this.
Yes, I'm now even more worried.
But he brought you a present.
That is a swimmer.
That's actually kind of funny at Testicle Festival. Throw that over here. Let me see that.
I mean, I think you're kind of obligated to wear that now. The sperm costume.
Yeah. I would think if you it's actually very funny. I'll give Brett credit for that.
But if you walked in like a Halloween party and people were already like partaking, you think it was like ZZ Top or something.
Yeah, go like this through traffic to the people. Like, come on, swim my way to the beer.
Now, I do think when you show up at the Testicle Festival wearing that, everybody's going to know exactly what it is.
Yeah, I asked this delicately. Has this ever been worn?
I don't think so. I think Brett's in the chat right now. He can let us know that.
Yeah, Brett, let me know if this has been worn before.
I will say I would rather dress up as a swimmer than a NAD, wouldn't you?
Yes,
well,
very much so. Absolutely.
Depends on the environment.
Yeah.
It's the only race I ever won.
Brett responded, but did not say whether or not it was used or not.
All right. I guess I could wash it. It'll wash, right? Even if it was used.
It has not been worn, he said.
Not been worn. Okay.
I think once you wash something like that, that thing falls apart.
You think so?
I'm guessing.
Oh, it says hang, steam, do not wash. Okay.
Yeah, sperm cannot survive in the wash.
It really can't. I mean, hot water used to always, I mean, that's why you wore boxers, right? You had to keep it away from the heat.
What's the dude doing with his hands?
Well, he's very
wearing
excited.
sunglasses?
Yeah. I'm going to wear sunglasses with it. Don't worry.
Yeah, you got to hide your face. That makes for a costume.
Yep.
And a TNR hat.
Okay. I'll wear this at Testicle Festival.
Good job, Brett.
Now I got to find a Testicle Festival next. That's step 2.
Happy birthday. I guarantee you we can find you a Testicle Festival.
Well, we found some. The dates didn't work because of some of our summer travels, and that was a problem. The original one that started the bracket bet, we think now is out of business. They have not had one.
Is that Appleton?
Yeah, Appleton, Wisconsin. I think
COVID did it in.
No, actually, I don't know why, but no, they sold the bar. I think that was it, that they were going to do their last Testicle Festival, which if I bought a bar that was known for the Testicle Festival, I would continue doing it, I think. I mean, that'd be my thought anyway.
I would think. I mean, it seems like something that was really popular.
Yeah.
I agree with Patrick. I can put TNR stickers all over your costume there.
That is true. We could do that. Yeah. I could just logo this thing up, right?
Good.
Yeah, Brett, thank you. You have added to Testicle Festival.
Oh, I bet SS says Test Fest in 2023 in the UK. I bet you'd take that one, wouldn't you?
Okay, if I got to go all the way across the pond.
Well, you're going to need a +1. I'll go with you.
Yeah, will you? Yeah. You weren't first on the invite list for the +1 to UK, but thank you for your offer.
I'll take care of my own flight.
All right. Lance is paying for his flight. South Bend, Nebraska, according to Monty. There are several. There's one in Arkansas. Daniel says outside of Missoula, Montana.
Which would be a cool place to go.
The Meat Eater TV series. I've actually watched that on demand.
Well, there's one on Saturday, September 9th in Cesar, Illinois.
Yeah, there was one in Arkansas, but it is also during, that's part of the problem is
football season.
During football season. And part of the problem is I would like to do it on a weekday while the show is on.
Yeah, and I'd like to do it when, look, we always try to have entertaining content on these 4 hours of the next round, but that's just not going to fly during football season.
No, I want it during the show so we can, you guys can come to me live and we can do some of that stuff.
Well, see, this draws me in. Live music, deep fried balls, cold beer, and all your friends.
Well, heck yeah.
Deep fried balls.
Deep fried and all my friends right there.
It's the only way to have them, right?
That is. Deep fried is the way to go right
I like
there.
them boiled.
We'll put a wrap.
You like yours ass deep.
Thank you very much, God. Thank you very much, Brett, for that. We will wrap it up on the next round after this.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. While 2023 may no longer feel like the new year, there's no reason you can't create a new you thanks to New Balance shoes. Whether you're looking to be more active or just curious where the crossroads of style and function meet, we've got you covered at New Balance Birmingham. It's why everyone from supermodels and celebrities to regular folks like you and me can be found wearing New Balance shoes. Come find a shoe that'll help define the new you at the New Balance Birmingham store.
Winter weather can take a toll on your vehicle's performance. Don't let slick roads or new potholes leave you stranded in the cold. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has a team of ASE certified mechanics that have a plan for your vehicle's winter maintenance and repair. Tires, brakes, battery checks, and more, Vulcan Tire and Automotive has you covered. With 4 locations in the Birmingham area, be sure to tell the guys at Vulcan you heard about them on the next round. Your safety is their top priority because of Vulcan Tire and Automotive, wherever you go, we go together.
Saturday, April 29th is Legends Day.
Professional football right here in Birmingham.
When your Birmingham Stallions take on the New Orleans Breakers. Get your tickets today and bring the whole family to Protective Stadium and get autographs from Alabama sports legends.
You feel the energy.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10.
Stallions all the way to the house.
Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com. April showers bring May flowers, but they also bring flood damage to your home or business. If that happens to you, Dry Tech is ready to help. Call Dry Tech first, not the insurance company. Dry Tech responds quickly and has 5 crews ready to work for you. Remember the Dry Tech number, 205-637-0143, or online at mydrytech.com. Remember, Dry Tech goes to work for you, not the insurance company. So if you have flood or fire damage to your home or business, call Dry Tech immediately. 205-637-0143.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
One team on a heater, a little bit of a heater. A heater might be an overstatement, but when you look at who they've had to play, one team that has been doing very well of late, Major League Baseball, after Lance tells us about Precision Sports.
Yeah, our friends at Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, they want to remind you, maybe you tweaked that shoulder putting something in the attic, you injured the elbow shooting a little hoop in the driveway, maybe you hurt the knee getting up from the couch at halftime. Let 2023 be the year. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care better together. Find your provider today. Go to precisionsportsortho.com/2023 or call 512-3885.
The Houston Astros, Lance, took 2 out of 3 from the Blue Jays. Pretty good squad. Took 3 straight, swept the Braves in 3, and they now go for the series win tonight in Tampa, where they ended the Tampa Rays 14-game win streak, home win streak last night. Astros played a pretty tough stretch of baseball, Toronto, Atlanta, and the Rays, and they've won 7 of the last 10. That's a team that's running into shape.
Well, it really is, and everybody expected the Astros to be the team to beat in the American League after winning the World Series last year. They're only 2 games above 500, just a game and a half back of the Rangers, who have been a big surprise early on.
And by the way, who had taken 2 out of 3 from Houston, the Rangers had.
Yeah, look, Tampa, obviously they're a good team at 20-4. But that incredible run to go 14-0 to start their home schedule, obviously that's a Major League Baseball record. But this Houston Astros team, you don't have much fall off from last year.
You don't. They appear to be that good. Buster will be with us tomorrow. We'll talk more about it with him.
And this Pirates team's not going away, by the way.
Yeah, that's a team I asked you about the other day, and you like them, right? You like the Pirates.
I said I was not sold on the Pirates.
Okay, you said you were not sold on the Pirates. I was trying to remember because there was like 5 of them I asked you about. You're not sold on them, but they're not going away either. I mean, this Pirates team now 16-8, a 1-game lead over the Brewers, 2-game leads over the Cubs. 2 games lead, over the Cubs.
And Brian Reynolds just got that huge deal from the Pirates.
Yeah.
The Pirates usually don't give those big deals.
They don't. So you're saying they're not going anywhere. Braves aren't going anywhere at 16-8. Tampa's obviously really good. I mean, I know they got off to that hot start, and we were like, they'll cool off at some point. They are 20-4.
I know, it's crazy.
I mean, 20-4
through
the
best
first
starts in Major League history.
Yeah, and they've been dominant at home. It's just an incredible start for them. A 4.5 game right now lead over the Baltimore Orioles, who, by the way, have had a great start themselves at 15-8. But they are getting lapped by Tampa. So, I don't know. More of a Buster on that tomorrow. But that Houston Astros team looks like they're starting to round into shape. The way they swept the Braves, took 2 out of 3 from the Blue Jays, and now go for the series win against the Rays tonight. You do that against Braves, Rays, Blue Jays.
It's impressive.
That's very impressive. So we'll see what happens in that one. The Atlanta Braves beat the Marlins last night. They'll play again against them today. We'll talk about all of that with Buster. Don't forget, tomorrow we are at Twin Peaks after the show, 5 to 7 Twin Peaks in Hoover. If you want to come out and enjoy the draft with us, we'll be doing a specialty show 5 to 6. Dunaway, out. Me, Lance, and Little T will be out there. And then we're going to be out at Barber Motorsports Park on Friday.
Looking forward to it. It's going to be a fun end of the week.
Yes, it will be.
And tonight, Odie's Team Trivia. Come see Rocky play his guitar.
The guitar.
You love doing it, too. Rockstar gets fired up.
I love it when it's hits 5 times in a row.
Well, they hit that too, and it always hits it in bunches, it seems like. Coming up on the show tomorrow, I mentioned Buster will be here tomorrow. John McClain from down in Houston will update us on what they've got going on tomorrow. A lot coming up on the show, all right? Have yourself a great afternoon. We'll see you tomorrow, 9 o'clock on The Next Round.